Good evening. The February Landmarks Board meeting is called to order. Welcome to the February 7th, 2024 Landmarks Board meeting. It is 6:02 p.m. Before we begin the meeting, Marcy will review the virtual meeting decorum.
Thank you, Abby. Oh, do we have our slides? There we go. Okay, welcome. So let's see. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board and commission members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. More about this vision and the project's community engagement process can be found online through the link posted on the slide. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimonies shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct this meeting are prohibited. And virtual participants may raise their hand to speak during open comment and public comment periods during hearings. Individuals online must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. And currently only audio testimony is permitted online. And for those of you joining us in person, for the public hearings, we'll hear from each of you first and then switch over to the virtual participants for public comment. All right, Abby, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Marcy. I want to acknowledge that we have a quorum tonight. 4 board members are present and our 5th board member is joining us virtually. A recording of this meeting will be available in the record archives and on YouTube within 28 days of this meeting. We're going to do a quick roll call and introductions. Chelsea, would you be kind enough to start?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Chelsea Castellano, Landmarks Board member.
Thank you. Abby Daniels, Chair of the Landmarks Board.
John Decker, member of the Landmarks Board.
Renee Globik, member of the Landmarks Board.
Mark McIntyre, Landmarks Board member.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Mark McIntyre, Planning Board member, ex officio member of Landmarks.
And you were here last night in Chambers?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. And I do want to make sure for people who don't know, Chris Reynolds is the city attorney here this evening, staffing this Landmarks Board meeting. So welcome, Chris, to your 2nd Landmarks Board meeting. Thank you. We know that there are people here to participate who may have strong emotions about some of the hearings before us this evening. We want to hear from you, but we have found it is more productive if you are speaking to persuade us rather than berating us, staff, or the applicant. As with regular Landmarks Board meetings, you may only speak at the appropriate time during the public hearings. Requests to speak outside of those times will be denied. We request that members of the public who wish to speak in person sign up using the sheet with Aubrey. Virtual participants will follow in-person speakers, and we will ask you at that time to raise their virtual hand. And Lauren will be facilitating that when we get to that. As board chair, I will call for a roll call vote on any motions made. So our first agenda item tonight is the approval of the minutes for the January 10th, 2024 meeting. Did anybody have any changes or alterations to those minutes?
No.
Ronnie?
None for me.
Okay. And I know, Chelsea, you were out of the country during that meeting. Then I move we approve the January 10th, 2024 meeting minutes. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, John. On a roll call vote, John?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Ronnie?
Aye.
So the minutes for the January meeting are approved. Thank you. We will now move on to public participation for non-agenda items. So this would be for anything that's not going to be heard later this evening in the two public hearings before us. Aubrey, I don't know if anyone has had a chance to sign up with you for public participation.
We do have one in person for open comment, maybe two. Our first is Aaron Cook.
Hi, good evening. My name is Aaron Cook and I work for Naropa University, have for the past 14 years. Naropa would just like to thank the Landmark Board for coming out on January 25th and reviewing the site of 2111. It's really important to us that everybody understands that there's many things about this building that make it really impossible to save. We have life safety problems. We have ADA accommodation issues. We have needed building sustainability upgrades. We have floodplain issues. We have first floor ceiling height issue. All of these things make this building extremely challenging. So anyways, thanks for coming to visit. We appreciate you taking the time, and that includes the staff for working on us with this issue. I think it's important to say Naropa and the city of Boulder have shared values. And our shared values are inclusivity, which would translate into universal design. We want our buildings to be sustainable for the future. And it's very important that our buildings are safe. And as good stewards, that we make sure we pass that on to our community. Our ask, Naropa asks that the Landmark Board remove the stay on the demo permit and issue said demo permit as soon as possible so we can move forward. This is beyond the board's purview, but I'm going to state it anyways. We have a buyer of this property, and it's a great match for the community, for Naropa. They're not going to put a bar there. They're not going to put a restaurant there. They're not going to increase huge density. It's one of those things. We don't want to lose this buyer. I don't think Boulder wants to lose this buyer. So, and I know that has nothing to do with this committee, but I'm just going to put it out there that we don't want this person to get cold feet, and we want to move on with this process as soon as possible. So I appreciate your time, and thanks again. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, and we appreciate your time. Aubrey, do you have another?
Next, we have Patrick O'Rourke.
Hi, Patrick, and
I'm used to
just
saying,
repeat
"Good
your
evening,
name for
City
the
Council,"
record.
but
Yeah.
you're not City Council. I specifically wanted to come and thank the Boulder City staff for attending the CPI conference this week. It was a pleasure to see the commitment that the city gives to our community, and I just wanted to say thank you. It was nice to see you, and it was really impressive to see Brad there too. So I thought, you know, if the leadership shows up, it means that there's commitment to our community. And that was about it.
Thank you, Patrick.
All right, we have no one else in person for open comment. Now we can move to our virtual attendees. Lauren Kennedy, do you see anyone out there?
I do. So first, excuse me, first we have Lynn Siegel. All right, Lynn, you're unmuted.
It's so remarkably fortuitous that we have 1015 and 111 on the same you're going to discuss tonight, because these related flooding situations have connect. On 2111, I'm saying you need to go for a further stay of demolition. This place did not flood due to upstream improvements to the bridge at between Canyon and Arapahoe on Broadway that caused this particular area not to be flooded in 2013. And I think this case needs to go before RAB. I don't think Landmarks Board is capable of doing an analysis of flooding issues that would be appropriate for it. It's got to be honest, you know, and the honest part of it is it's a big deal if you're gonna lose your basement. But if you're not gonna lose your basement, and it's, you know, and considering all of the factors, then at least if you know that you're not going to lose the basement, then would you still want to demo it? Because I think there are some options in there about the basement. And the ironic thing is that at 10:15, you're going to fill in that basement, but I haven't even seen the downstairs. And there's a lot of, I don't know what the proportional square footage is down there, but that's a beautiful place, that bungalow. It's the only historic home in the neighborhood. You don't want to move it somewhere to do tourism of you know, historic places. And the options there, these are not, we're not here, you know, ironically, the person that bought that house had considered Mapleton, but they didn't want to because there's too many restrictions there. Instead, they go and get a place that's a historic place, but not in Mapleton, and thinking they're going to get some handouts, and they shouldn't be. And the public and the Landmarks Board should be able to see the inside to understand that basement. If you leave that house alone, the basement could stay there. You might have to demo those outbuildings, although I think they should be able to stay too, but that's a lot of valuable space. So it's kind of interesting how there's this basement with 2111 and there's this basement with 1015. And with 1015, it's you know, potentially a good usable space, but I want to see it or understand it better myself. This is not my specialty, you know, I'm an ultrasound technologist, but I'm concerned about my community and historic preservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
All right, and then next we have Nicole Delmage, and you're unmuted, Nicole, but you might need to do it on your end too.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Delmage, and I am with Shelter Belt Design. Our firm prepared the demo application for 2111 Arapahoe Avenue on behalf of the owner, Naropa, and their potential buyer. I'd like to echo many of the points that Aaron Cook made about the challenges facing this particular building. And I don't have a perfect understanding of the stay of demolition process, but I did want to let the board know that I'm in attendance today, just in case there are any clarifications needed during the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole.
All right, we have no more virtual participants for this part.
And Aubrey, you've received no additional ones. So we will go ahead and close public participations for items not on the agenda this evening. And now I will turn it back to Marcy for discussion of landmark alteration and demolition applications issued and pending.
Thank you, Abby. We currently have 3 stays of demolition pending with various timelines. And so the 2 of the speakers were representing the applicants for 2111 Arapahoe. This is the building owned by Naropa. And we had a site visit on January 25th, and Renee, Ronnie, and Abby were able to make it. Not Abby, John, sorry about that. The 3 Landmarks Board representatives for this case. And I personally found it very helpful to walk through the building and understand its challenges, both in the floodplain and other kind of development constraints, but also in the way that it was constructed with no internal connection between the first floor and the second floor, and to see a little bit more of the condition up close as well. So I found it very informative. Want to extend my thank you to Aaron, Nicole, and the rest of the team for bringing folks together relatively quickly to discuss alternatives to demolition. So this one, as well as the next one, 1015 Juniper, you all have a scheduling decision in front of you tonight about whether you'd like to hold a hearing to either initiate the landmark designation process or issue the demolition permit before the stay of demolition expires. And so the next regularly scheduled landmarks board meeting is on March 6th. On March, yes, it's on March 6th. And for 2111 Arapahoe, the stay of demolition expires the following day on March 7th. So the two options in front of you tonight, because you all chose to put a shorter stay to kind of expedite the process, is to either schedule a hearing for March 6th and make a formal vote one way or the other, or to not schedule a hearing, allow the stay of demolition to expire. If no action is taken before that, it would just be approved on March 7th. So Abby, I don't know if you'd like to go one by one through each of these, or talk about the scheduling decisions at the end, but I would also like to open it up to Ronnie, Renee, and John to share their kind of observations from that stay of demolition meeting.
Well, I don't know if my colleagues have a preference. I think we could do them one by one because you've already put the two that would need a scheduling decision made together. And I look forward to hearing from Ronnie, Renee, and John about the property on Arapahoe.
Abby, I can jump in if you'd like.
Awesome.
Yeah, I agree with Marcy. I thought that the site visit was really valuable. And Aaron and Nicole, thank you again for co-hosting that with others, and then for coming tonight to help us kind of further the conversation. I think that the applicant accurately described the challenges and the projected costs associated with the potential of keeping the building versus pursuing their demolition request. And so, that was really evident in being able to review the condition and location of utilities, the egress and accessibility challenges that are obvious on site, further understanding kind of the development agreement controls that were in place, and then, getting visual evidence of the floodplain challenges. So I think that we did the right thing by placing a stay on this property, but I think that unfortunately that this property is a good candidate for demolition for all the reasons the applicant described. And I would support an expeditious version of getting them a demolition permit issued.
Thank you, Ronnie, Renee, or John.
Okay. I think I'm inclined to agree with what Ronnie just said on a couple of levels. One of the things about this building that makes it so problematic is that a lot of architecture at that particular period in history was designed under, I would say, experimental assumptions. And so things were done for various reasons to try them out. And sometimes the assumptions didn't hold true through history. And one of the things I observed in this building is that it had one type of heating in its first period. This is a conclusion based on observation and may not be correct, but it's what it looked like happened. The building had a type of heat, such as hot water heat, that was radiators took very little floor-to-floor space to execute and was converted to forced air. The forced air caused them to have to put ductwork under floors and lower ceilings. So they have 6.5-foot ceilings in a number of areas, which is not a workable condition, at least as it's built now. And then there was also the issue of the floodplain that would require raising the floors. I don't remember the exact reason, but the roof structure was such that it was not going to, well, it wasn't going to be easy to lift it because it would have consisted of rebuilding the roof higher with an increased parapet size. This is after you've moved all the floors up to accommodate the floodplain. And so it just seems to have a lot of workability issues. I do think that the building needs to be thoroughly documented. It's an interesting form. The experiment was an interesting experiment in how to put a building together. And I think all of that needs to be carefully documented. But I do think it's probably a candidate for demolition.
I agree with my colleagues after, walking through the site, which was super helpful. I think that, this is a great candidate for demolition, because we have something that's coming up in its place and it fits. And hopeful that, we can't really spread our wings and make sure that happens. That's not part of our thing, but this change is inevitable in this world that we live in. And so I really think that I'm hopeful on the client, Naropa, and their, the person that is hopefully buying it and going to do what they said they're going to do. And so I think that in itself is a really good piece of the puzzle, and everything that and Ronnie and, John already talked about the problems with bringing it up to code and, a lot of stuff. And I think it was really nice last time, it was talked about that this architect, he has better works within the city that we can, save and preserve. And, this doesn't really fit as well anymore. So I would agree with doing the demolition.
Chelsea, I don't know if you.
I don't have anything to add. I wasn't at the site visit, but based on what my colleagues are saying, I would agree with their recommendation.
Thank you. And Mark, I don't know if you. So first of all, I do want to thank Eric and Nicole, because I think you help really expedite this. Ronnie, you said something that really resonated with me. I am very pleased and still happy with our vote to put a stay on this so we could explore all alternatives. And I appreciate how quickly a site visit was made. I also appreciate the board taking kind of a new step in my time on the board, where we did not let the stay go 180 days, but we intentionally voted that we would place a stay no later than March 7th, 2024. So I think that was new to us, but I applaud you guys. And I also am grateful that the 3 architects on our board immediately raised their hands and were willing to serve and go look on it. John, I heard your comment about the experimentation. Sometimes it doesn't work, but I also know that some of the experimentation here in Boulder has led to some of our best buildings and our greatest modern architecture. And so, but I know I heard what you said, and I knew what you meant about this building. What I'm hearing from the 3 of you is that you don't see a path forward to designate this, especially over the owner's objection. And while I find it an interesting building, I also have probably landed on the fact that this architect who, when we first had this building before us, the Carnegie Branch Library for Local History was closed due to the pandemic. So more information was found since then. So then we did have an architect when this was before us most recently. I also do agree though, and Renee, you just mentioned this, it's not the best example of this architect, and there are other things still in Boulder that have it. So I personally will not be, supporting scheduling an initiation hearing. What I don't know, Chris and Marcy, what our options are, since this board very intentionally, and I think very correctly, placed a much shorter stay than we might have been allowed to. I don't know, Renee, I don't know if I was hearing from you, like, is there the potential to vote to lift the stay, or does that require another meeting to have that vote?
No, so you have two options.
Okay.
One would be to schedule a hearing for the 6th to make a formal vote. Your other option would be to not schedule a hearing, and then the stay would expire on the 7th. And so the main difference is the preparation in the staff report, holding a public hearing and having a formal vote versus a day later, it would just expire.
And if we're not scheduling a vote, you still want a motion made for that?
No, you
That we would not need to do that?
No, the board would just take no action and not schedule anything. And I see Ronnie's hand up on the screen.
Ronnie, go ahead.
Marcy, just a clarifying question, because I think we're hearing from the board a direction of a demolition approval. And it sounds to me like the most expeditious process is to let it, that requires the least amount of work, is for it to expire on March 7th. Just a clarifying question here. By not voting tonight to have a designation hearing, is there any chance that between now and the 7th that the Landmarks Board could do something to prevent the demolition from occurring? And the reason I ask that is because the applicant is interested in a sales process. Not that I have an intention of us stepping in and making such a decision. I just want to, for clarity's sake, if we don't move forward with the hearing, we know that that is leading towards the stay expiring and then allowing for the demolition. Is there any other alternative that might happen that might be of interest or concern to the seller and potential buyer?
Sure. So that would look like the Landmarks Board holding a special meeting between now and March 6th. And that would need to be publicly noticed at least 10 days in advance. So someone else can do the math on that. So it's possible, and that would look like holding a special meeting before the 6th. And Chelsea has her hand up.
Are we allowed to make a motion tonight to approve the demolition? No.
No, because tonight's not a public hearing. It's just a scheduling decision.
Okay.
I think that the best route for us and our energy would be to not move forward with a landmark hearing and to let the stay expire, and for the applicant to understand what those terms mean as Marcy's described, which I think means around February 26th would be the last day in which there could be like some alternative path, which I don't think is going to happen. But just for legal reasons, I feel like I should, just clarify that that's the possibility.
Your dog seconded that. And Marcy and Chris, so to take no action, do we even need? We don't take a vote even.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I guess just I want to conclude with another thank you to Aaron and their team. Again, I feel like your research and presentation was very robust. And I know that it can be challenging to have a building that is an old building that comes in front of us. And, I hope that kind of our collective cooperative efforts have put everybody in a good position to understand the merit of this building, and then also for you to move forward with your demolition with kind of an expedited timeline. So thanks again, Aaron and Nicole.
All right. Okay. Well, then I'll move on to the second of the 3 stays of demolition. And that will be the house at 1015 Juniper. The Landmarks Board, you all put placed a stay of demolition on this application at your November meeting, and we met with the applicants on November 28th, which was here in the city offices to explore alternatives to demolition and really think creatively about how this building could be preserved. And then we followed up with a site visit on January 8th. And that always helps being able to see the building in its context and understand kind of the scale of the surrounding neighborhood, also see the building a little bit more up close. And so I suppose we did report back. Oh, no, we haven't had a meeting since January 8th. So let's see, my observations from that meeting, I think that there are no easy properties to redevelop in Boulder, and the ones that we see come in for full demolition, the applicants have often exhausted all easier options, which can include keeping a building and adding on to it. So I think between the two stays of demolition, similar to the last one, I've kind of understood the constraints a bit more in terms of the floodplain that flows through the property, both the conveyance zone and I believe the 100-year floodplain, as well as the existing building sitting just 7 inches below the base flood elevation, which creates some issues with both the basement square footage and then also the space above. I think there maybe had been hope that this building could be moved either on site and used as an ADU and repurposed. I think because of the setbacks and the flood constraints, there's less room to do that on this property than perhaps others. So I know that Zachary is here from the applicant team, and want to thank you for your time and effort in putting together the materials and coming to the table, I think with an open conversation to talk about different alternatives to this one. So similarly, this one is a scheduling decision in front of you tonight, and I should have framed that a little bit more clearly before the last one. Try not to state a position tonight. It's more about just, do you want to schedule a hearing to state your position and make a motion, or do you not? And it's okay. They're intertwined, so it's easy to do. So the discussion in front of you tonight is, do you want to hold a hearing and talk about this one in a month before the stay expires, or do you want to take no action and allow the stay to continue? In this case, the stay of demolition would expire March 25th unless the board took action before that date. And Abby, you were at the site visit. John, I know you went by later. Feel free to add your comments and impressions from that meeting.
Well, and again, I want to thank Zachary for everything he did to and the real candid conversations we were able to have. I mean, this is a wonderful intact home. It adds a real grace note to this street and to this neighborhood. And it's definitely a house that is eligible for individual landmark designation. The thing that you also did well, Zachary, was this lot does have a lot of constraints and restrictions. And I know that I would support having an initiation hearing next month. I don't know if I would be a lone voice in that, but I do appreciate all the information we have received, all the efforts made to explore creative alternatives to demolition. But I know it's a difficult site.
Based on my, I guess, more cursory observations, since I showed up late and walked around without being able to, I guess, ask questions directly, the concerns that I'll express is that, like what Abby just said, I do believe that the house itself is very intact and in a condition that makes it eligible to be a landmark. And that is somewhat amplified by the fact that it's one of the few remaining examples on that piece of Juniper Street of what was there 15, 20 years ago or more. And it's kind of an indicator of the change of scale that has occurred. For that reason, and also, I don't understand all the constraints on the property, because the kind of observation I had was there's a great deal of depth to the lot that allows opportunity to, I guess, exploit the property in ways that wouldn't necessarily demolish the whole of that house. But those are things that lead me to think maybe we should consider voting for the initiation, which is a scheduling issue, not a decision.
So I just have some questions for Marcy, I guess, so it's either I get the whole scheduling thing and what we're voting on tonight. What I want to know is if we have staff bring something in March, we're landmarking the building?
No, you're holding a hearing to review the building and consider initiation of landmark designation, or depending how you frame the motion tonight to schedule that, you can have options to either initiate the landmark designation process, which is a whole different process into it of itself, or issue the demolition approval. So you're scheduling a meeting to give yourselves the opportunity to take action on the application.
Okay, and then when in March, it would be required that we landmark it without the homeowners, not on March, but we would push it forward to go through that process without the owners.
So the demolition to designation process can sometimes feel like an accordion, where it goes from the house is proposed for demolition, it's now landmarked over the owner's objection. And we're pulling it apart and looking at each step of the process. So tonight is a scheduling decision. Do you want to hold a hearing before the stay expires? Do you want to give yourself the opportunity to take action on the application before the demolition is approved? At the March meeting, you would then have an option to either start the designation process, which then includes another public hearing at this landmarks board level, and then it would go to city council after that. City council makes the ultimate decision about designations, both voluntary and over the owner's objection. So it's, do you want to take the next step in considering the outcome for this building? But there are at least 4 or 5 steps between tonight in February and a potential outcome, which would be decided by city council.
And then just to muddy more of the water, is if it was moved to landmark, are they able to pick it up and move it, the building?
Let's see, if it were landmarked, then that would be reviewed through a landmark alteration certificate application. We have had buildings that are landmarked moved, both on-site and off-site. So the answer is yes, it would be reviewed through an LAC.
Okay. Okay.
And Marcy, Chelsea, I know you may have something to say on Ronnie. Oh, Ronnie's hand is up. Please, Ronnie.
Oh, Chelsea, maybe if you want to go first, did you go to the site?
No, go for it.
Sorry.
Oh.
So I know that there's been a lot of work that's been researched, that's been collaborative on this property to date. Do we have a graphic that is the site plan that demonstrates the buildable area on the lot, the setback encroachment issue, and obviously the buildable area would also reflect the floodplain? Is there a drawing that demonstrates that? I know that in the update there is a site plan. It's kind of hard to see online.
We have that in the record, but I don't have it ready here. The applicant emailed it to the landmarks board earlier today. And then I would ask, is that central to your decision of whether or not to schedule
Schedule.
a hearing?
It is just in the sense of better understanding the development scenarios that have been explored. And not having been out there, I guess it seems to me that based on the report that staff has looked at each of these aspects that are the constraints on the site, and perhaps John, you went to the site, and Abby, you were there. Did I understand this correctly?
I went to the site, Ron.
And, was there a deeper conversation, John, about types of redevelopment that could include preservation of the house?
Well, unfortunately, by the time I went there, everybody had left. It was a very cold day. I got there late.
And Ronnie, Claire's able to add the site plan to the slide really quick because she's quick like that. But in the meantime, I can kind of go over what the applicant had put together about the meetings that we have had to date. And so let's see. So we met twice to discuss alternatives for demolition and discuss the difficulties of this particular location in terms of preservation. There's an on-site meeting to observe the home as well as the neighborhood context of Juniper. And we discussed the financial hardship in renovating the existing structure and some preservation alternatives. And then kind of go through some of the questions that were discussed during this stay about taking advantage of the exemption from the floodplain regulations, raising the building to meet the base flood elevation, explored the building envelope and buildable space on the lot. And given the floodway to the rear of the lot, there's limited room to relocate the home to the north. And then looking at offsite relocation, the biggest constraint is often where do you find an empty lot or a lot that could take this building in Boulder or the surrounding communities. So the site analysis for relocation, the home cannot be located within the rear 60 feet of the lot because of the floodplain. And the current home doesn't comply with the 25-foot front yard setback. And there's a 25-foot total side yard setback. So the applicant states achieving any type of reasonable addition would be difficult given the lot constraints and the requirement to lift and move the home. And then additionally speaking to the financial hardship would be any repair of the building over about $105,000 would require the building be brought up to meet current flood regulations. And that would be a significant financial hardship for the owner. Okay, and I don't think we're going to be able to get that up. But I do want to remind everyone, this is a scheduling decision tonight, not a decision on the outcome of this building.
Marcy, thank you for doing that. But just by responding to Ronnie's questions and the fact he had those questions kind of leads me to believe maybe that one hearing is important on March 6th to really have a little more fulsome conversation about this. But Marcy, you said something that I think is very important for the board to remember, that there can be two options that evening, not just that it gets initiated and goes through the designation process, the next step, but also that the board can decide to issue the demolition permit on March 6th, correct?
Correct.
So Ronnie, I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add at this time?
No, I just, the major takeaway for me there is that the roughly $100,000 worth of improvements requires the building to be lifted 7 inches or something like that. And then the costs associated with that are pretty high, as I know. I think that a graphic that could also show the developable area on the lot would be helpful for me to just understand general terms of other scenarios. But I don't have any other questions at this point, Abby.
Thank you, Ronnie. Chelsea?
I mean, I remember this application when we reviewed it the first time around, and I believe, I mean, I don't think there's any additional information that I would need to decide whether to approve the demolition request. So I'll just put that out there. I don't need another hearing.
Thank you. So I'm looking at John and Renee about your thoughts, since this really is a scheduling question.
I mean, my only talk is if, you know, we're already getting into the weeds right here,
Right,
then I
which-
think that it just needs another, I think it needs another meeting.
And John, are you still?
I think it needs another meeting.
And I already stated that I would prefer that. And, you know, Ronnie, I don't know if you want to add anything, but perhaps Marcy, you could bring up that suggested motion language.
Yes, and yes, okay, this is the correct motion language. Thank you, Claire. So the way that this is drafted on the screen gives the board two options at that hearing. You can either vote to initiate the landmark designation process, or alternatively vote to issue the demolition permit. In this case, if you chose to issue the permit on March 6th, that would be about 3 weeks earlier than the stay would expire. You could also take no action that night and the stay would continue. So if that's what the board would like in terms of the motion language, it's ready for you on the screen.
Thank you for pulling that up. But also, if we take no action tonight, the permit doesn't issue any sooner.
It wouldn't issue until March 25th.
Exactly. And it could in fact be issued a little earlier if the hearing's held on March 6th. Ronnie, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to say or if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll make the motion and see if that goes. I move that the Landmarks Board schedule a hearing to consider adopting a resolution to initiate the process for landmark designation pursuant to section 9-11-3 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981, or alternatively issue a demolition permit pursuant to section 9-11-23 BRC 1981 for 1015 Juniper Avenue.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Renee. On a motion by John, seconded by Renee, we'll do a roll call vote. Chelsea?
Aye. Or yes.
Either's fine. John?
Aye.
Renee?
Yes.
Ronnie?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so the motion passes unanimously.
Great. Okay. All right, moving on to the third and final stay of demolition for an update for you all tonight. And the scheduling for this one is a bit farther out, where the stay of demolition expires at the very beginning of June. So we have a meeting with the applicants, I think tentatively scheduled, or we maybe it's going to be next Thursday at 1 p.m. 3:15 p.m. 3:15 p.m. next Thursday on site to discuss alternatives to demolition. And could you remind me who the Landmarks Board representatives are, John and Abby? So then looking ahead, it's now February. April 3rd will be the meeting where you'll have a scheduling decision, because May 1st is the last regularly scheduled meeting before this day of demolition expires. So no further updates on 2260 baseline this evening, but we'll look forward to talking with the applicants next Thursday.
Thank you. And of course, all board members are welcome to attend that, but John and I raised our hands the last time. So I believe now it's time to move on to our first public hearing this evening. This is a public hearing in consideration of an application to designate the building and property at 2120 Bluebell Avenue as a local historic landmark pursuant to section 911.5 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981. And we will be swearing in anyone speaking to this, both the applicants and any members of the public speaking to this, because it is quasi judicial. And Claire, you're presenting this hearing?
I am. Thank you, Abby. So as Abby said, this is a quasi judicial hearing, so all speaking will be sworn in. Board members will note any ex parte contact. No, we don't need to do that. Sorry. Do we?
Yeah, we do.
We do? Yes, we do. Okay. I'll give the staff presentation, hopefully getting it right. After that, the board may ask questions. The applicants who are here tonight will have an opportunity to speak, and the board may ask questions of them. We'll then open the public hearing if anybody wants to add anything. The board will then deliberate, and a motion will require an affirmative vote of at least 3 members to pass. And a recording of this hearing will be available in a couple of days as a video recording, and the official record will be added to the archive within 28 days, although usually sooner. So the criteria today is outlined in the Boulder Revised Code under 911.5C. Sorry, 911.1 and 911.2. This is giving me a look. The options today are for the Landmarks Board to approve the application and recommend designation to City Council. And the council hearing would be held within 100 days. Or the board may disapprove the request, and this is subject to a 45-day call-up period. And the owners would need to file a notice of appeal. So the owners, Jim Hartman and Susan Ely, submitted a designation application on November 16th. And I just realized that I didn't do ex parte.
Oh,
back to you, Abby.
I have none. Chelsea?
None.
John?
I have none.
I have none.
Ronnie?
None.
Thank you.
Okay, doing great tonight. So the owners submitted a designation application on November 16th, and we have a requirement in the code for a time period, and that is why we're scheduled for today. So this is the building. It's 2120 Bluebell. It's located between 21st and 22nd Street Alley on Bluebell Avenue, and the front of the house faces north onto Bluebell. The house was built in 1956 in a modernist style, and it was designed by Hobie Wagner. Has a low-pitched roof with wide rafters and trapezoid clerestory windows, and this wonderful continuation of the soffit under the eaves from the outside through to the inside. The front facade, as you can see, is asymmetrical with 2 low-pitched front-facing gables. And that the original asymmetrical gable form was actually different to this, which we'll look at in a second, but it's been emphasized by some stucco additions in front of and behind the existing building. The house was built for Wilson and Virginia Fankboner and their children. Wilson enlisted in the Army in 1941 and served until 1947. He received a Purple Heart, which is given to members of the armed forces who are wounded or killed by enemy action. Obviously, he wasn't killed, but he was wounded. And even though we haven't been able to confirm it, we suspect that Wilson or another of the family members was disabled. And this led him and Virginia to engage with Hobie Wagner to design a fully accessible house. It originally had ramps, wide doorways, and a couple of other accessible modifications that were very unusual in the 1950s. And then current owners, Jim and Susan, have owned the house since 1997. Okay, architecturally, Jim and Susan have made some changes to the original design, which have been recognized in an award from Historic Boulder for the appropriate renovation and sympathetic additions. Hobie Wagner was born in Sioux Falls, South Dakota in 1921. He graduated from the University of Michigan School of Architecture, and when he married Violet Whipple, they moved to Boulder around 1950. Hobie worked for James Hunter, who's another prominent Boulder architect, and he designed more than 200 buildings in Boulder before he retired. His designs often incorporated unique roof lines that you probably would recognize as soon as we point them out. The Community Plaza Shopping Center at Alpine and Broadway, the Green Shield Life Insurance Building, the Lotus Apartments at 928th Street, and the First Methodist Episcopal Church Sanctuary at 1401 Spruce. He also had a great knack for bringing the outside into a building, as he did at 2120 Bluebell, where the wood ceiling continues through to the soffits. This is the inside of the building. You can see the wood goes straight through to the outside. And you can actually see this also at the Atrium building, which is at 1300 Canyon, which Hobie also designed. So we are very lucky to have Hobie Wagner's original architectural plans in the Carnegie Library. This is at the top, the front elevation with the clerestory windows, the exposed wood and brick detailing called out on the plans there. And then below that is a section of the same elevation with Jim and Susan's addition. So you can see the asymmetrical gable roof form has been continued even with that modification. All right, then in environmental significance, this area developed due to an influx of employees who moved to Boulder to work at NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which was built in 1954. And some features of the 1950s development remain, including this somewhat hidden gem. So staff's recommendation is that the Landmarks Board recommends to City Council that it designate the property at 2120 Bluebell Avenue as a local historic landmark to be known as the Finkbona Hartman Ely House, finding that it meets the standards for individual landmark designation in sections 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code. The proposed plaque language details that Wilson and Virginia Finkbona worked with architect Hobie Wagner to design their house to include natural light and a ceiling that continues from the outside to the inside. Subsequent owners Susan Ely and James Hartman designed sensitive additions to complement the original house. And the proposed boundary would follow the property line. So our proposed findings are that the building is architecturally significant and as an exemplary example of modernist mid-century design, an important example of Boulder's historic architecture associated with architect Hobart D. Wagner and constructed with skilled craftsmanship. And as such, the proposed designation will maintain an appropriate setting and environment for the building, enhance property values, stabilize the neighborhood, promote tourist trade and interest, and foster knowledge of the city's living heritage. So that's the end of my presentation. The next steps in the process is we'll ask Jim and Susan if they have anything to add, and then we'll move into public participation and then board deliberation.
Thank you so much, Claire. Before we invite the applicants up, do any board members have any questions of Claire after that presentation? I don't see any, so now we'd like to invite Susan and James up. Or James. And I will ask you to raise your hand and swear you'll tell the board the full truth and state your full name, and then you may proceed.
I swear to tell the truth. I'm Jim Hartman, 2120 Bluebell Avenue.
Thank you.
So I just want to thank a few folks here. Susan and our family for supporting this, because we've been thinking about this ever since Dan Corson asked us to be on a house tour in 2010. So thank you, Dan, for getting us thinking about this. And then the Month of Modern tour that we just had in September was a great opportunity to have folks see the home, and we had a lot of real positive reaction. And then Historic Boulder was kind enough, Lenny and his group, to give us that award. So we thought, shoot, we might as well try it. We've really enjoyed living in the house for 25 years plus. We've raised our kids there, and Hobie Wagner is just buried about half mile away in the Green Mountain Cemetery. And I walk the dog up there every day and say, thanks, Hobie, for a nice house. We love the ceiling detail. In fact, on the Month of Modern tour, we noticed a lot of the other houses had, we think, not quite as nice of a ceiling detail, with the battens that cover the joints and the structural wood that actually is the roof deck. So we just feel really honored to live in a Hobie Wagner house, and we're happy to bring the nomination to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your stewardship and for sharing it with the community during the house tour. Thank you. So now we'll move on to public participation. I don't know if anyone has signed up with Aubrey to speak to this designation hearing.
We do have one in-person sign up for this one, and that is Leonard Siegel.
Welcome, Leonard, and I am going to ask you to swear to tell us the whole truth.
I do swear. Leonard Siegel, and I just want to give a little bit of background. About 20 years ago, I worked on the writing the history of modernism in Boulder, and I had an opportunity to meet with Hobie Wagner. It was a big day in my life to meet this person, and he was the nicest, gentlest, friendliest, unassuming person that you could ever imagine, considering what he had done for Boulder over all those years. And he made me feel really great because he said, gee, you went to Michigan too. And so he was just trying to find things in common. He's just a great guy. And he shared with me his record of all of his houses and buildings. And it was an opportunity then for me to go around and look at all these buildings. And I noticed this building back then, and then flash forward 20 years in the present, Historic Boulder got involved and is involved with the Month of Modern to help stage the Landmarks of the Future tours. And so it was wonderful to see this house on the tour. It was great to meet Jim and Susan, and the feedback they got and our support lofted them to bring this forward as a landmark. And they're the kind of people who are they've already done really sensitive work to the original design. And I think it's a great example for the Landmarks Board to make this a landmark and show how buildings can grow and age over time and done in a sensitive manner. So I encourage you to support this, and I thank you for bringing the building forward for landmarking. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard.
All right, that is it for current signups. If anyone would like to speak, just raise your hand.
We do have Lynn Siegel, virtual.
Great.
All right, Lynn, you're unmuted.
And Lynn, before your 3 minutes begin, since this is quasi judicial, you'll need to swear to tell the
swear to tell the truth, the best as I know it. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that was a really cool presentation, and it's a neat house. I like that interior, the ceiling, and the fact that it was designed for ADA for someone from the war is really nice too, and deserve that alone probably deserves landmarking, but just another really nice Hobie Wagner. And I wish I could take 2 minutes from this for 1015 Juniper to preserve it, but I can't. So this is just a no-brainer. Yeah. Go for it. Good landmark. Thanks. Done.
Thank you, Lynn.
Lauren, do we have anyone else online?
No, we do not. Thanks.
Alrighty, Abby, take it away.
Thank you. So we will go ahead and close public participation for this hearing. Now, Susan and Jim, you do have an additional 3 minutes if you'd like to come up and add anything or rebut anything that was said, but I don't know that there's anything you need to rebut, but okay. And thank you again for your outstanding stewardship of this. So we'll bring this back to the board for deliberations. I don't know if there's anyone who would like to start this off.
I would.
Okay, John, please.
The first thing is that I want to thank the owners for their stewardship of this property. This is one of those properties where it's just kind of delightful to sit here and review it. It's a beautiful example of the type of modernism. I found it interesting that Lynn's comments that were just made address the issue of accessibility in the building. It's an interesting factor that kind of enhances the overall qualities of the property. It's a beautiful community that it sits in. It relates to the people who built it and the purpose they built it for. It was a kind of a modernist post-World War II event that the Commerce Labs and the National Standards Labs were built there, and people were moving here to work in those facilities. So it's a kind of a seminal piece of Boulder's history. So yeah, it's a no-brainer. We want to recommend this one for designation.
Thank you, John. I don't know who would like to go next. I know Ronnie, you're with us virtually.
Sure, I can jump in. I'm not sure if you guys are looking at me.
We are looking at you.
Okay, I had no idea. It's freaking me out. I agree with John. I mean, what a wonderful candidate to become a landmark building. I think it clearly checks all the points. I think one thing that makes it unique, that's a little different than our typical landmark building, is that there has been a modern addition to it that allows this building to continue to comply with standards of preservation and still honor the historic structure. And so I compliment everybody involved. The current homeowner, excellent job being the steward. Leonard for speaking up on the cause of modernist buildings. And then Dan Corson's legacy, continuing to push these types of things forward and get candidates like this to come forward to designate these wonderful buildings. So I think this particular house is exceptional. I think it checks all the boxes and would support moving forward with the designation.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Do we need to belabor it anymore? No. I think I'm definitely in support of this.
Could, but yeah. And you're right. I will echo what my colleagues have already said, and they're hard acts to follow many times. But, this is the joyous part of serving on this board, is to see buildings like yours come forward and to be able to say, wholeheartedly and without any hesitation, we are delighted to recommend this to City Council to designate. So we can't thank you enough. I think it's individual landmarking like this is a gift to the community and reflects back on you. I also really appreciate staff when you gave us the proposed language for the plaque. I'm glad you're honoring both Susan and Jim in that. So thank you for that. So, we could go on about this because it's exciting, but I want to see if anyone would like to make a motion.
I'll motion.
Do that if you'd like.
Ronnie, go ahead since you're willing to do this remotely, please.
Sure. I move that the Landmarks Board recommend to the City Council that it designate the property at 2120 Bluebell Ave as a local historic landmark to be known as the Fank-Boner Hartman Ellie House, finding that it meets the standards for individual landmark designation in section 911.1 and 911.2 BRC 1981, and adopt the staff memorandum dated February 7th, 2024 as the findings of the board.
Thank you, Ronnie. Do we have a second?
I second.
And before we vote, Mark, I don't know if you wanted to make any comments on this one?
No, this is one that's easy just to say I supported it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. So we'll do a roll call vote. Chelsea?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Ronnie?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so the motion passes unanimously to recommend this to City Council. Thank you again. I know, sometimes I feel after one of these, we're gonna hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but I can't sing. So Claire, I know you will follow up with next steps for the owners.
Yes, as we've mentioned, the final decision is City Council, so we'll be in touch to schedule 2 hearings before May 17th, which is our 100-day deadline. And then once we have the ordinance, we'll create a bronze plaque to add to the building, and then we'll also invite the owners to the Square Nails ceremony in May. So thank you.
Thank you again. And now we'll move on to the second and last public hearing this evening. Item 5B is a public hearing and consideration of an application to designate a portion of the area from 1777 Broadway to 14th Street and between Canyon Boulevard and Arapahoe Avenue as a historic district pursuant to section 911.5 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981. And I know Marcy will be doing this presentation.
Yes. Here I am. I would like to start by thanking our staff team, Claire, Brant, Olivia, Aubrey, Brad, and KJ, as well as Vivian and Kate in the communications and engagement group. This has been a tremendous effort. And I think, as you all saw, the memo was clocked in at 52 pages plus attachments. And so my presentation this evening is going to be longer than normal, but it's also important to be thorough. So with that, I will get started. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the process is the same as the prior item. All speaking to the item are sworn in, and board members will note any ex parte contacts. I will then present, followed by board questions, and then the applicant will have 10 minutes to present, followed by questions from the board. The public hearing is then open for anyone who would like to speak for 3 minutes each. And then after the last person has spoken, the applicant will have a chance to respond to anything that was said. The public hearing is then closed and the board will discuss. A motion requires an affirmative vote of at least 3 members to pass. Motions must state findings, conclusions, and a recommendation. And finally, a record of the hearing is available, both video recording and audio recording, usually posted within 28 days, but often sooner. So I would turn it back over to the board for any ex parte contacts you may have had related to the proposed Civic Area Historic District.
Chelsea?
None.
I've had a few very brief conversations with members of the public that were more about process, but nothing to do with the merits or, nothing that would affect how I will vote.
I have none.
I have none.
Ronnie?
None for me. None for me.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so the criteria for your review this evening is found in section 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code. And that's whether this designation will preserve, protect, and enhance historically significant buildings and sites or architectural styles of the past. and that this designation will develop and maintain appropriate settings to enhance property values, stabilize neighborhoods, promote tourist trade and interest, and foster knowledge of the city's living history. Further, the designation ordinance, which is decided by City Council, will include a description of the characteristics of the district justifying its designation, a description of the particular features that should be preserved, the location and boundaries of the landmark site or district, and then it can also include alterations that would have a significant impact or be potentially detrimental to the landmark site or district. So your decision tonight is based on that criteria of whether it's eligible and meets that in section 911.1 or 911.2. But we're also asking for your feedback, if you have any, about the components that will go into the ordinance, as well as the draft design guideline framework, which would be the foundation for design guidelines if the district is designated. So you'll have two options in front of you tonight. You can either recommend designation to City Council, and that would mean we go then to Planning Board, followed by City Council review, which would be before May 17th. Or you can recommend disapproval of the designation. That decision is subject to a 45-day call-up period. And then the owners, which in this case is the City of Boulder, may file a notice of appeal within 21 days of your decision if you vote to disapprove it. So kind of zooming out, looking at the big picture of the effective local designation, it recognizes and protects areas significant to Boulder's history. And there are currently 10 historic districts in Boulder. The first was Floral Park in 1977. And others are maybe the most well-known or iconic areas of town, including Chautauqua Park, Mapleton Hill, and the downtown Pearl Street. And in addition, there are also 214 individual landmarks. And total, that represents less than 3% of properties in Boulder. The benefits of designation include tax credits, grant funding, possible code variances, and staff assistance, as well as a bronze plaque, or in the case of the district, signage. And the responsibilities are that physical change is reviewed by the Historic Preservation Program to ensure that it's compatible with the site's historic character and the designation. In 2023, we took a look back at the statistics and found that 88% of landmark alteration certificates were approved, 11% are still in review, and only 1% were denied. Of the approved LAC applications, 90% were approved within 2 weeks. And note that very few LAC applications are denied. We're often able to come to a consensus. And in the rare case that the Landmarks Board denies an application, that decision is subject to call up by the City Council. So turning to the application in front of you tonight, the boundary proposed by the applicants includes Central Park, the 13th Street and Sister City plazas, 5 individually designated landmarks, and portions of Broadway, 13th, 2 ditches, and Boulder Creek. The proposed district includes an area with a history that precedes the 1871 founding of Boulder. It has documented residential and commercial uses from the 1870s until the 1920s. It includes Central Park, an urban park formerly established in 1924, as well as 5 surrounding municipal buildings constructed between 1906 and 1998 that represent a progression of architectural styles. As a whole, this area represents an eclectic character that is unique to Boulder's history, location, and climate. This application started back in 2021 when the city received a request to expand the landmark boundary for the Glen Huntington bandshell to include the area between the seating and the ditch. The Landmarks Board voted to initiate that designation process, and in 2022 voted to recommend expansion of the boundary. City Council chose not to expand the boundary, but instead gave a nod of 5 for parks and planning and development staff to explore the creation of a historic district in this area in 2023. That led to an initiative last January in meeting with the Parks and Recreation staff on a bi-weekly schedule to explore a historic district. And then at the end of May, 3 historic preservation advocacy groups submitted the historic district application. And in July, the Landmarks Board voted to initiate the designation process. We signed a tolling agreement to provide additional time, which we greatly appreciated, which then set tonight, February 7th, as the Landmarks Board designation hearing. So kind of a brief overview of this process. It started with the research and department coordination. This process provided an opportunity to tell a more complete history of the area, both looking at it through a racial equity lens and its social and cultural significance. There was new information that had been digitized. This area has been written about many, many times, but often the same narrative is repeated. And we have the opportunity and the responsibility to ask new questions and try and tell a history that hasn't been documented before. This area is also very complex. It is all city-owned property, but there are 9 different departments that manage the land. And so in August, we had a touch point with each of those 9 city departments, as well as coordination with the 3 ditch companies and CDOT. We then moved to the community engagement phase, which went until, let's see, about September through November. And I'll go into more detail in a couple of slides about the community engagement efforts. In December, we formed a technical advisory group with different city department representatives and representatives from the 3 applicant groups in order to create a draft design guideline framework. And we made the decision to scale it back to be focused on the intent, the scope of the design guidelines, and guiding principles, rather than trying to fit a full design guideline document into this very fast process. You all reviewed that along with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board at a joint study session on December 18th. And then we had another touch point with each of the 9 departments in December. On January 22nd, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board provided feedback on the proposed designation, and that brings us to this evening, the Landmarks Board designation hearing. The memo goes into greater detail about the engagement, communications and engagement summary, but it included department and agency coordination, consultation with the community connectors and residents, providing 3 walking tours in October in a partnership with the applicant groups, the web page, the story map, and an online questionnaire, as well as media coverage, including a Channel 8 interview and information in the newsletters. We were also at the What's Up Boulder event and the Carnegie Library anniversary event, Boulder Rewind, where Claire presented some of the new research that had been completed as part of this. And then as of earlier today, we've received 14 letters. All of those have been in support. The online form, which is the chart on the right-hand side, show the split of those who have submitted comments on the online form. And so the numbers are way too small for me to read, but slightly more are voiced an opposition to the district than in some in support. And then the red portion is those that were unsure. And so those who voiced support for the designation, these are themes that are summarized in the memo, so I won't go and read every single one. But in support, themes about it would be good for tourism and business, preservation is generally a valuable goal, and that this area represents the best of Boulder and could improve public safety in this area. And the history being told acknowledges impacts of historically excluded communities and supports the city's equity aspirations. Those opposed, the themes included that the district is not aligned with the city's equity and climate goals, that there's a preference to focus on redevelopment and programming rather than further restrictions, and the parking lots are not historic, and shouldn't be included, and that they should be used for a community benefit such as affordable housing. And then the need to ensure that our civic spaces meet the needs of our community today. And then those that were unsure of the designation voiced things like needing more information to understand the impacts of designation, concerns that public resources would be spent with little return, and skeptical that the collection of disjointed buildings warrants a historic district designation, and likely to be more supportive of if the use of the current buildings can be reimagined. There we go. And then just to recap the letters of support, all the letters that were received since July have been voicing in support of the proposed designation. And then the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board had an opportunity to provide comments at their meeting. That should be January 22nd, just a few weeks ago. The 4 members present agreed that they do not support the designation of this area, summarized as a lack of understanding of the unifying element or overarching theme that would explain creating a district, lack of support for additional protection and outsized input by one city board, given that the buildings, bandshell, and some areas of the park are already protected by designation, and disagreement that the potential benefits of designation outweigh the added process time and thus expense of a district. And I will note that this is one step in the process. That public feedback form on the website will be open all the way through the City Council review in mid-April. And at each step in the process, we will continue to gather that input and then build it towards Council's decision. Okay. So moving to the criteria for review, there's a lot of different rules, regulations, guidance, etc. So starting with the Boulder Revised Code, that was the section 911.1 and 911.2 that I read at the beginning. City Council will also be asked to weigh in on whether it meets that same criteria that you'll be looking at tonight in balance with the goals and policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. The Landmarks Board additionally adopted the local significance for district landmarks in 1975 to help provide consistency in the designations. And then because we don't have specific regulations in our code or administrative rules that speak to integrity and boundary justifications, as a certified local government, we look to the National Park Service for guidance, and they have 2 bulletins relating to those things, which we also utilized. So starting with the significance of the area, here I'll remind us of the designation criteria. So 911.1 is that the proposed designation will preserve, protect, and enhance historically significant buildings and sites or architectural styles of the past, and that the designation will develop and maintain appropriate settings to enhance property values, stabilize neighborhoods, promote tourist trade and interest, and foster knowledge of the city's living history. The comprehensive plan, as I mentioned, is something that council will weigh in on, but I did include this in the memo kind of for awareness. There are quite a few goals and policies that relate to historic preservation and to this designation in particular. A few to call out would be leadership in preservation, which talks about the city and county leading by examples and designating their own eligible resources, as well as the one about preservation of cultural, oh, and it got cut off there. It talks about cultural landscapes. In this case, this proposed district includes an urban park. And then there are also ones that talk about the role of the central area, sensitive infill and redevelopment, and the role of tourism in the economy. So this isn't the focus of your discussion tonight, and we'll do additional analysis before the council review, but wanted to include this for context. So going to the designation criteria, this is the significance criteria that the Landmarks Board adopted in 1975. Staff finds that the area meets the criteria for historic significance for the public function of the area as the symbolic, political, and municipal center of Boulder's local government and as the site of numerous social, cultural, and political events. For its significance in the history of Boulder's park system development and its contribution to the social and cultural life of the city for over a century. The use of the park reflects the community over time. Following the construction of the bandshell in 1938, Central Park became a focal point for social activities, typically based around musical, educational, or religious events. Oops. Let me go. Okay. In the 1960s, the event became more nostalgic with memorials to pioneers, Huck Finn Day, and sing-alongs. And in the 1960s and 70s, the area was the site of rallies, protests, and experimental theater. Under recognition by authorities, the district includes 5 local landmarks. The bandshell and tea house are potentially eligible for listing on the National Register, and the atrium and municipal buildings are potentially eligible for listing on the state register. Central Park was identified in the Greenways Plan in 2011 as potentially eligible for listing on the state and national registers as part of a historic district. And I glossed over a little bit, but when we're talking about the social and cultural significance, the protests, rallies, and demonstrations of the 60s and 70s that tie into both the civil rights movement and the counterculture movement in Boulder are really important, and those took place here within the proposed district. The area meets the criteria for architectural significance as it includes multiple significant works by notable architects, landscape designers, builders, and urban planners, including James Hunter, Glenn Huntington, and Hobart Wagner, Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., and Sacco DeBoer. It has a unique architectural identity representing a progression of styles that provides an eclectic municipal character unique to Boulder's history, location, and climate. And the area meets the criteria for environmental significance for its planned and natural site characteristics, including but not limited to this relationship of the buildings in Central Park, Boulder Creek and the Boulder Slough, which is the ditch, circulation paths with the park, creating a relatively flat central green, mature trees planted in groves and lining the perimeter of the park, and the views towards the Flatirons. The area is an established visual, familiar and prominent visual feature of the community due to its location near major thoroughfares. That covers the area's eligibility under significance, and now we move to integrity, which is the ability to convey that historic significance. And we look to the National Register Bulletin 15 of how to apply the criteria. And there are 7 aspects of integrity: location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. Our approach to the integrity analysis included many factors that would, including researching the history of the area and assessing its historic, architectural, and environmental significance, review of the findings of the cultural landscape assessment prepared by the Parks and Recreation Department and certified by national experts, multiple site visits, comparison of historic and current aerials, plans, and photographs, use of the National Park Service guidance to assess the area's integrity based on its local significance, and consultation with the state and national register historians at History Colorado to review the application of the guidance for determining integrity and the boundary. So looking at the earlier period, not the earliest period, but the earlier period, 1923 to 1937, PNDS staff agree with the CLA findings that this period does not retain its historic physical integrity. The design of the park was substantially changed by the introduction of the Art Deco bandshell in 1938 and its seating in 1950, which interrupted the distinctive circulation pattern of diagonal walks that form the central green. Little remains in terms of the material and workmanship from this period. The Art Deco bandshell has significantly altered the feeling of Central Park, as it is a prominent visual feature visible both within the park and from the surrounding area. Overall, the park today does not retain the physical features to convey the integrity of association with the Olmsted Brothers firm. However, moving to the next period of 1938 to 1974, We consider the area does retain its integrity to this period. The location of Central Park and the 5 landmark structures have not moved since their establishment. Its setting of an urban park surrounded by unique municipal buildings retains its historic character. Located at the prominent intersections of Broadway, Canyon, 13th, and Arapahoe, the area is centrally located and a familiar visual feature of the community. The spatial relationship between the park and surrounding buildings retain a high degree of integrity of design. Defining design characteristics include, but aren't limited to, the urban street grid, the park with its central green and trees planted in groves, and along the perimeter of the park, Boulder Creek and the Boulder Slough, 5 architecturally distinct structures in and adjacent to the park, many of which were designed and sited in relation to their park setting. The historic workmanship is evident in the integration of art and architecture of the Duchambé Tea House, the high quality of masonry in the construction of the Atrium Building and the Penfield Tate, the 2nd municipal building, and the construction of the bandshell and its seating. The district retains its integrity of materials with the 5 designated structures. The bandshell was reclad in 1995 using the same materials. However, the alteration doesn't diminish the structure's historic integrity. The district retains sufficient integrity to convey its feeling of a historic urban park surrounded by unique structures representing very distinct architectural styles and time periods. And overall, the district retains its integrity to convey its association with the design of the park in this area from the 1938 to 1974 period, and the numerous social, cultural, and political activities that occurred within the proposed district. We consider the changes to the park and public spaces, including the introduction of the Boulder Creek path and realignment of paths within Central Park, do not detract from the overall setting and feeling associated with the district's historic significance. Moving next to the boundary, we look to the National Register Bulletin about boundaries that talk about, well, I will just go to the conclusion of this one. Staff recommends the boundary that is shown on the screen, which would extend west of the municipal building to the back of the existing landmark properties on the east, and then from Canyon down to Arapahoe. We consider this as an appropriate boundary because it contains the significant concentration of the contributing buildings and sites, including the 5 designated landmarks in Central Park. Central Park retains its original boundary from its establishment in 1924, and the full extent of the park is historically significant for its social, cultural, and political use within that 1938 to 74 period of significance. It utilizes Canyon and Arapahoe as visual barriers that break the continuity of the district. Broadway has always historically bisected Boulder's civic center, and so we chose not to preclude that stretch of Broadway. It includes a portion of 13th Street that wasn't included in the original application proposed by the 3 community groups, and it does not include the parking lots along 14th Street. And let's see, it doesn't include the parking lots because no buildings or features within the period of significance still exist today in that area, and the parking lot itself is not historic. Inclusion of the parking lot as a buffer is discouraged by National Park Service guidance. And then the southern boundary follows the midline of Boulder Creek, which is a contributing feature and a visual barrier. So while this boundary includes areas such as parts of Central Park, Broadway, and 13th that are non-contributing, the grouping as a whole achieves significance within its historic context, and the majority of the components that add to the district's historic character possess integrity. Okay, moving on to the name. The Landmarks Board adopted guidance to decide names, which are very important. This talks about names of the site or structure should be based on one or more of the following criteria: original owners, architect or builder, historically significant persons or prominent long-term residents, a commonly accepted name, original or later event or use, unusual or architectural characteristic which clearly identifies the landmark, and the contribution of both men and women. And those were adopted in 1989. I will say that we kind of went around and around in terms of a recommended name. We landed on Civic Area Historic District because it encompasses a commonly known name of the area and a broad history and significance. There were other names like the Park at Boulder Creek or the Central Area Civic Center, but none of those seemed like more obvious candidates than what's known today. But we were quite puzzled, I think, in terms of coming up with a name. And if you look at the list of the other historic districts, it's things like the 16th Street Historic District and the University Place Historic District. They're often based on just the street names. So that is that. Okay, moving on to the preliminary period of significance and character defining features. So we're recommending a period of significance, and Claire and I were talking at the preservation conference last week that it shouldn't be called a period of significance, it should be called period of integrity. What's there today, and that's how it's defined, because the significance of this area extends much, much before 1938. But what's left there on the site today, the character was established in 1938. The reason that a period of significance would matter is that we look at changes being historic of if they occurred between 1938 and 1974. There are a few individually significant features that still exist today that's outside of that period of significance, and we could include more in the designation memo. The storage and transfer building in 1906 being one, and the Dushanbe Tea House in 1998 being the other. So let's see. Yeah, while the period prior to 1938 are historically significant, including the earlier park planning and design, 1903 to 1923 and 1924 to 1937, and the residential, commercial, and industrial period, 1880 to 1903, and the indigenous history since time immemorial, the area no longer retains its historic integrity, physical features to convey that time to justify earlier period of significance. However, opportunities to represent that earlier history is encouraged in the draft guiding principles to really tell that and represent that more complete story. I will come back to this slide if the Landmarks Board wishes during your discussion. It's a preliminary list of contributing and non-contributing features. The contributing features are things like the open and natural character of Boulder Creek, the Boulder Slough, even though changes within the easement don't require review, the urban street grid, each of the 5 individually landmark structures, and Central Park's open green with trees planted in groves and along the perimeter of the park, including 2 state champion trees. And then I mentioned those individually significant features outside of the period of significance. Preliminary non-contributing features would include things like the Sister Cities Plaza and the 13th Street Plaza, including the paving, artwork, and stone walls. There'd be more flexibility to change those elements as they were constructed since 1974. The Boulder Creek Path and the associated bridge and railings, the Broadway Bridge, which was reconstructed in about 2003, the light fixtures, engraved boulders, the flood memorial, and the B-cycle stations would all be non-contributing. Okay, moving on to the design guideline framework. You all saw this in December, so I'll just highlight the main change. As I mentioned, the scope of the framework is the intent of the guidelines, the table of contents, and the guiding principles. If the council votes to designate the district, then a second project would begin to develop district-specific design guidelines. So you've seen the scope of the design guidelines and what they would address. And so I'm just going to highlight the 4th guiding principle, which I mentioned earlier. The area is significant for its association with Boulder's municipal, social, and political history. As part of Boulder's civic area, This district continues to have a symbolic, geographic, and functional importance, and therefore should serve as an inclusive place where all feel welcome. Celebrate the diversity of our community and enrich our collective understanding of different periods of Boulder's history by acknowledging stories of historically excluded populations. So this guiding principle is meant to acknowledge the much broader history than what's left there today. What's left there today is still eligible as a historic district, but it's not the complete story. I think we struggled to kind of fit some of the designation into the boxes of preservation at the local level, things like period of significance and contributing and non-contributing features. This is our hope that preservation can be more inclusive and celebrate and invite those additions that help tell a more complete history, and do that in a way that retains the area's historic character, but also, completes it. The only new guiding principle since you saw this last is number 5, which speaks to redevelopment in the East Bookend. So encourage a vibrant mix of uses in the East Bookend through adaptive reuse and creative infill. New building design may reflect the character of its own time and have meaningful juxtapositions while respecting the integrity, scale, and massing of the surrounding historic buildings. And that is pulled from the existing park plan and the downtown urban design guidelines. So an attempt to really complement what's already on the books rather than adding a lot of extra to it. In summary, the proposed area meets the local criteria for designation based on its architectural, historic, and environmental significance. The area retains its historic integrity to the 1938 to 1974 period of development. And the recommended boundary encompasses the significant concentration of contributing features and uses the street grid of the Boulder Creek as visual and physical barriers. We recommend the name Civic Area Historic District, and the period of significance is 1938 to 1974. The designation ordinance and design guidelines will address contributing and non-contributing features, and the design guideline framework includes the intent, scope, and guidelines of the guiding principles. So with that, staff recommends that the Landmarks Board recommend to City Council that it designate the area encompassing a portion between this building, 1777 Broadway, to 14th Street, and between Canyon and Arapahoe Avenue, as shown in Figure 7, to be known as the Civic Area Historic District, finding that it meets the standards for historic district designation in section 911.1 and 911.2, and recommend adopting the staff memorandum as findings of the board. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do any board members at this point have any questions for staff? I may have some when we get to our deliberations. Chelsea, go ahead.
Yeah, I think if it's okay, I'd prefer to delay my questions till after the public hearing. Is that okay?
I think in terms of the meeting procedure, now would be the time for questions for me, and then the public comment. Feel free to ask questions of the applicant or members of the public. It gets a little more convoluted when there's more back and forth. That's not just the board members, but Chris, feel free to weigh in.
I would agree with Marcy that if the board had questions for staff, that should probably be asked now to avoid that convoluted back and forth during the deliberations.
Okay. Well, then I have a list of questions.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. There was a mention in the packet about the racial equity instrument. Can you describe in greater detail, because it was somewhat vague, how the racial equity instrument was used, and the inputs that were put in through the instrument and the outputs that resulted from that?
Yeah, so this was the first historic preservation project that used the racial equity instrument. And we partnered with Vivian Castro Woldridge and Kate Stanek in the communications and engagement to help us with the communication strategy in general. So the racial equity instrument goes through and asks you to think critically of, who does this project help? Who does it leave out? Who will be involved? How will you get feedback, et cetera? And so we chose to go to the Community Connectors in Residence, which is a group with the city with representatives from many different communities, and ask for their feedback on the racial equity instrument and our communication kind of approach, community engagement approach. And those conversations, there were two. One was online and the second one was on site in talking with the group about the walking tour script. It became clear that the most impact that we could have in a positive way is how we tell the story, and to tell a more complete story. And I think what was also really impactful is a reminder of how powerful history is, and how important language is, and how important it is to get it right. And so we got it, I will say, I learned a lot through this process. I had some missteps I am learning, and I'm also open to that. So we asked the community connectors to meet and review the script to make sure that any white bias that we were bringing was identified in how we're talking about the history of this area. And so that script, in working with the applicant group too, took about 6 to 8 weeks to develop and to get it right. And so I think that I didn't dive in, I think, a lot in this presentation about the history of the site. I think that work is best represented through the interactive story map and what's in the memo. But that was, I think, the most direct impact of the racial equity instrument and how it kind of shaped our approach to this historic district designation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really glad that you were able to meet with the community connectors and integrate their feedback. I do have a question. If it sounds like they were asked to incorporate feedback on the historic districting process, but I was wondering if they were asked if they supported the designation.
I think it was not a direct ask, and at the time we didn't have a lot of information to say, here's all the history. There were diverse opinions. Some people supported it at that time. Others, called for, well, there are additional histories missing. Like the Nepalese community is very large here. Where is that history represented here? So we didn't do like a straw poll or a vote with the community connectors. It was more asking for their help in hearing the walking tour script and providing feedback.
Okay. Okay, but I have some questions on the cultural landscape assessment. I was wondering if the consultants who completed the CLA had access to the same information that was provided by staff as justification for including both portions of the park in the historic district that the CLA did not recommend including. I guess I'm just trying to understand the discrepancy between the consultants' reports and staff.
Yeah, yes. And I think the PRAB meeting on January 22nd goes into greater detail. Mark did a great presentation on that methodology. But the long and short of it is that the cultural landscape assessment looks at it as a design landscape using National Register criteria. They found that it had criteria for social history, and then under C, which is design, associated with the Olmsted Brothers and later Saco de Boer and Huntington. And so that's one way to look at this area. The local historic district designation uses the local criteria, architectural, historic, and environmental, and then assesses the integrity from there. So in looking at the design, the architecture, the social and cultural, and then the environmental, we're looking at it through two different lenses for significance. And then the next question feeds from that, which is what is able to convey that history. So it's reasonable that these two reports could have come to different conclusions.
So I'm curious what the point of getting the assessment was if we had our own criteria for what to do.
Well, the Parks and Recreation Department manages, I think, 55 parks, and wants to establish a process or precedent for how to evaluate these as a cultural landscape when designation is proposed. And so while the cultural landscape assessment had been used previously in the historic places plan, this was the first time it was used kind of in a parallel effort with the historic district designation. And we didn't have the results of the CLA until January 22nd, when that packet went out.
Okay. You mentioned in the presentation and in the memo that that the principle for that draft guiding principle for that there are opportunities to represent the area's earlier history through that draft principle. Can you elaborate on what it looks like to have the park represent an area's earlier history?
Yeah. There are many ideas, and I don't want to jump to one solution. So I'm going to offer some examples, but also want to give full creativity to how this could, be realized in the future. What I didn't go into great detail or at all in this presentation, but what's in the story map is how the residential area 1870 to 1920 was right here on the place of the municipal building. And while that area had been discussed in the past and dismissed in the past, we were able to elevate some of those stories, learn some of those names. It wasn't just our work. There's many others have contributed to that. But how can that history that's been erased be present here again? And I think there's some creative ways. You could have outlines of the buildings in some sort of sculpture, like the Ben Franklin house in Philadelphia, where his house isn't there anymore, but there's this kind of postmodern representation of a house. You could have sculpture or artwork representing Indigenous history, Black history, Latino history. You could have photos or murals of the protests and rallies on the sides of the buildings or through artwork. And so I don't want to jump to one design solution, but I think that there's a lot of possibility for creative and innovative ways to represent the very layered history in this area.
I just have a few more. Is that okay?
Please, that's why we're
Okay.
here.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful because in my mind, I was like the idea or what was in the memo made me think that there was an attempt to put the park back as it was in previous to 1938. So I wasn't sure if that was the intent. So I guess, yeah. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the National Register, and I get like, should we consider the National Register criteria as the criteria that we're deciding right now? Because it sounded like the staff, you all as staff didn't necessarily, you decided to go a different direction on some pieces. So I'm just trying to understand as a board member, like how much weight do we put onto that criteria?
Yeah. So your decision should be based on the criteria in the code, which is that 911-1 and 911-2. Does it preserve, protect, enhance an area of Boulder's history or architectural styles of the past? Does it preserve an area? Blah, 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 blah. The local,
yada.
I'll bring it up again if needed. And then we have local criteria that's adopted for local designation. And that's what you should base your decision on. That's historic, architectural, and environmental significance at the local level. Whether it's eligible for the State Register of Historic Places or National Register of Historic Places, it could be, and the CLA finds that it is potentially eligible for the National Register. Where it diverts is with the assessment of integrity based on that. But tonight you're deciding on, does this meet the local significance criteria as a local historic district?
Am I wrong? I thought I saw in our criteria that it included the historic. In some of our criteria, did it not include the National Register criteria as part of our decision making, or did I misread that?
Yeah, they're intersected in the recognition by authorities. We included, here are some previous studies that identified sites or buildings within the proposed boundaries as potentially eligible for state or national register. And then the National Park Service bulletins is the guidance we used for determining a recommended boundary and the integrity. So we look to the National Park Service for guidance on those two items, but the local significance criteria is architectural, historic, and environmental in that criteria adopted by the board in 1975. And I do just want to recognize Ronnie has his hand up, but that might be just a waiting in line hand. And you're muted.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering if you could move the slide back to the guiding principles while we have this discussion. And if you could go to the first one for a couple of minutes and keep going, Chelsea. I just thought this would be valuable as well for me to continue to digest, because this one we skipped over a little quickly. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So on the guiding principles, in trying to read through them and decide how to provide feedback on them, I did get a sense that, or I guess they didn't give me a sense of the types of changes that would be allowable if we were to approve the historic district. So like, for example, would building a restroom in the middle of a park be allowed based on the criteria that's there now? Or I guess I don't know how to translate the drafting principles to what will actually occur, or what would be allowed to occur.
That's fair. And the guiding principles are meant to be more broad, like compass points rather than more specific. And then we don't want guidelines to be prescriptive, like the bathroom has to be green, you know, or made out of stucco. But it would envision change. Let's use the bathroom as an example. In looking at the guiding principle that talks about the unique and distinctive architectural styles, it would be inappropriate to do a revival style for a bathroom or a new building, make it look like it was built 30 years or 100 years ago or in the 1930s. And so carrying on the spirit of each of these buildings was very much of its own time. And whether you could carry that to something as utilitarian as a bathroom, maybe, maybe not, but that it would be more that it should be of its own time rather than reflective of a previous architectural style. In terms of its location, you could look at the guiding principles that talk about the character defining features of the open lawn of the park with the perimeter trees around it. It would probably be inappropriate to plop it right down in the middle of the green. Or if the views to the Flatirons are character defining or an important piece of the character of the park, placing it so that it doesn't block that view would be another kind of guidance from these principles.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think I'll yield my time to others.
It doesn't mean you won't get to ask another one or two questions. I know I have some questions, but I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to go before I do. So, and one of the reasons I'd like to jump in is thank you for bringing up the CLA because I've had to struggle with that personally. I know you as staff, and hey, you guys, I mean, we should all applaud all the hard work and time and effort the staff has done. It has been amazing. I mean, it's that memo, you know, not that I'll ever have insomnia, but you know, I mean, it's there, it's great. Your presentation has been very helpful. And I also know that as city staff, and I believe you mentioned 9 different departments you work with, you sometimes have to work with competing interests. I don't feel like I have to do that. I feel like I'm bringing 7 years of preservation experience from San Francisco and now 18 here in Boulder to anything that I say or will later say in deliberations. So I'm coming from that point. I don't have to look through a prism you might have had to look through. So for me, the CLA, that is not something required by our ordinance at this point. That doesn't mean the ordinance couldn't be amended and it get added, especially if any park-like areas included in a future historic district. I am not personally, you know, really heavily persuaded by the CLA. I just don't think it applies to our current guidelines and our current ordinance and the Boulder Revised Code as it exists today. I'll be very honest, is that I read both the summary and then when I finally was able, so the CLA kind of appeared on PRAB's website for like 24 hours. I saw it and then I went back and tried to get it and I couldn't get it. And I thought maybe it was just a mirage. And I was out of town with very limited connectivity. But I will say for me, for the CLA, since it's not something required, my reading of it was a little bit like it was written to get to a conclusion that was decided before the CLA was done. So that's all I'm personally going to say about that. I know you mentioned you looked at that for the integrity piece, and I was pleased to see in your presentation, you reached out to SHPO or National Register historians. And I don't know if that was specifically about eligibility issues with it. I will say that, you know, but I was glad to hear that because we have these excellent resources, you know, at History Colorado, not to mention, you know, nationally that we can reach out to. One of the questions I have, I don't know how difficult this is, with what staff is recommending is the current boundary. I'm trying to get a clear, get my arms around what's different than what the applicants originally presented. Do you know what I mean? I want to kind of, in my mind, have that side by side.
Yeah, and I could have made a nice graphic, but I didn't. But it's, I think I can explain it, especially if I had a pointer. Oh, I got it. Here we go. Okay. So the boundary on the west side and the south side are the same. The proposed boundary jogged across 13th Street, which I think from a kind of administration standpoint is awkward, where changes on the north side of this pointer would require review, but changes on the south side of the street wouldn't. So we proposed the boundary coming down to Arapahoe and encompassing that full portion of 13th Street. And then the proposed boundary by the applicants jogged just south of the BMOCA building, but then included these parking lots along 14th Street. And that's the biggest change between what was proposed and what we feel is an appropriate boundary. And then we also included this parking area between the atrium and Canyon, which isn't currently in the atrium designation boundary, but then that creates a logical boundary along Canyon here. So the main changes being the exclusion of the 14th Street parking lots and then the inclusion of all of 13th Street.
And so when you go to the east side of Broadway and north of Arapahoe, that little carved out area, that was never part of the applicants.
The east side of Broadway.
East side.
Sorry. East
and
side,
north of Arapahoe.
North of Arapahoe, correct.
That wasn't part, okay.
Right.
That was I couldn't remember. Yeah. I do remember city council discussing during the designation of the atrium building. And there were some concerns by a couple of council members that the parking lot's not historic, but perhaps there should be a little bit of the boundary that would give purview to the landmarks board. So anything built there would be compatible with that historic resource.
There is the smallest amount of space from the edge of the building to the landmark boundary that would mean that any link to a new building, if there were one, would go through design review.
Okay, thank you. And then that may be the only questions I have at this point. None? Renee?
Brief.
I have a colloquy on yours. With the, for the east bookend, is that, what do you qualify as the east bookend?
I believe the east bookend is a rectangle. That includes,
there's some charades from the audience.
That includes the atrium, the 13th Street Plaza, the tea house, and BMocha, as well as the parking lot to the east. And I'm getting an affirmative nod from the audience.
Okay.
So yeah, the east bookend is this piece, east of 14th, or east of 13th, excuse me.
How come the triangle, like that little triangle, go to the west? Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's
What's happening? Like, what's the purpose of cutting that lot and right down the middle?
Yes. So, and it actually, I believe, does follow a property line. It appears to be a park because it's shaded green, but it's actually a patio for the Riverside building that's under a long-term lease. And it's on the west side of the creek, so it's really disconnected from the rest of the park. So that's why it wasn't included.
Looks disproportionately large on that map.
It does.
I know it's mostly retaining walls on one side. But
Here, I have it.
yeah,
It's just this little.
yeah, it's that thing.
And Ronnie, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Yeah, my questions are similar. They're mostly about the boundaries. One technical question is, I am used to seeing the graphics of these landmark boundaries kind of presented like this. Is there ultimately like a meets and bounds description that really, you know, formalizes the locations of this line work?
Yes, it is more technical than our line drawing for this, and we will work with the city attorney's office to make sure that the legal description, which is going to be quite long for this one, is accurate, and then that the map also represents that.
And I know that you said we follow the National Park Service for, you know, direction on how to create the boundary. But the Boulder Creek boundary has always seemed a little unusual to me to choose a center line of something that's kind of a character defining feature. I'm hearing you say now that it's not crossable, or, you know, it's not something that's, stuff on the other side is not connected. But the feature itself, picking the center line of it seems counterintuitive to me. How is that described in the Park Service methodology?
You know, that's fair. And that was one of my questions for the state and national register historians was, we're picking a feature that we know is going to move in the future. Is that going to be a problem from a, you know, from a administration standpoint? And they said they weren't concerned about picking a natural feature like a creek or a river because our mapping today is so accurate. And I hear your point about why divide this pretty character defining feature in half. And I think if the board felt it was appropriate, you could draw that line from the southern bank of the Boulder Creek, knowing that that bank is most likely going to change.
And I don't know if you've thought about what types of regulation might apply to, you know, creek related features. That's like, you know, what is the preservation piece there that we might be involved in? That I think would help give me some clarification on how a boundary should be defined up against it.
Well, I think number one is that that second guiding principle, which talks about preserving maintenance access and also aligning the management practices with the life safety. And so the Boulder Creek serves many critical functions in Boulder and beyond. And so making sure that it meets our flood mitigation, meets our life safety thing is going to be the most important thing. So what we called out was the open and natural character of Boulder Creek is what's important. And what would surprise, I think, a lot of people is that this section of Boulder Creek that goes next to Central Park is completely engineered. However, it looks natural. And so we wouldn't be calling out, oh, this specific boulder or this specific feature. It's more guidance or encouragement to continue to serve the life safety, flood mitigation, but in a way that's natural and open rather than, culverting the whole thing, which I don't think the utilities department would ever propose.
And I remember on an historic drawing that right around your cursor is, or maybe just north of it, I think that there is or was a historic retaining wall.
Mm-hmm.
And is that still there?
There is like a stone retaining wall along the bank of that creek. We weren't able to definitively date it. And so that could be something that we could look farther into between now and the city council hearing of determining, was that built since 1974 or prior to, and include that if the board recommends that.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at one of the older images here. And then, I guess I also just wonder how far south, just in general, how far to the west and south of the creek the line should move. And so I don't know how to move forward without really knowing or hearing from you if there are historic features that should be included in that. It makes sense to me that it would follow property lines where property lines might exist that don't interfere with other, like you're saying, maybe this patio, although the patio itself would just be, a non-contributing feature in the district if it were to be included. But intuitively, it seems like the creek and both banks should be part of the district. And then picking how far behind that you might put the line is confusing to me. Again, it feels like there's probably some other feature there, or a property line, or maybe an offset that's just a practical offset that's about an ecosystem that occurs in relationship to creek edge.
Yeah, I do think that Boulder Creek provides this physical and visual barrier that would make a logical southern boundary to the historic district, because although the patio, when you're looking at it in a map view, looks like, oh, it would be, logical to include it, it really is a separate character, separate location. It's not physically or visually connected, I think, to the rest of the park and the historic district's overall significance. And similar to the area south of the creek, north of the Park Central and New Britain buildings, while that is existing parkland, I think the existing designation boundary around the municipal building provides its setting, and then the creek being a natural kind of barrier or natural boundary for the district would make sense.
And just on that note, like, there have been major improvements up Canyon since we had the flood, and those flood mitigation tools have effectively changed the entire character of the street edge. Where there is a concrete retaining wall, there used to be embankment. And I know that serving, you know, flood mitigation techniques or flood mitigation desires, but I guess I just coming back to it, I feel that we should, if we think that the character of the creek's edge is important, include both edges. And then I just had another question for you, Marcy. The planning that is shown in the park here still shows that it looks to be like right of way. Is that the case?
I believe it is because we ran into that with the designation of the Dushanbe Tea House. I think it just hasn't been vacated.
You can't vacate a right away if it's, even if it's a paper right away.
Oh.
Is my understanding. Normally when a city's platted, it's platted including all those.
John, is your microphone on?
Yeah.
Okay, they're having a little trouble hearing you in the back.
Oh, okay. I'll speak more loudly. In my experience in urban planning, those kinds of things are artifacts that are sometimes termed like paper streets and paper right-of-ways because they remain in the official maps that divided the parcels, and they can't really be vacated from the map. They have to be held as a permanent artifact for some reason. It's particularly true in cities like Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, where there are a whole bunch of streets that never got built, but they're all on the maps.
I had one last question. In the 1938 photo, that's the aerial photo, it looks like there is a structure where the band shell is today. And maybe that was reported on at some point. If we know what that was and when that was built.
Yeah, that is the band shell.
Oh.
So yeah, yep. The pathways were there until 1950 when the seats were added. It took a couple decades of fundraising before the seats were put in.
Are there any other questions? Because I know we all look forward to hearing from the applicant. Okay, I don't see any other questions from my colleagues, so we'd like to welcome Leonard Siegel, Executive Director of Historic Boulder. Leonard, we will need to swear you in again, and then your 10 minutes will begin.
I do swear that I will be telling the truth.
Yeah, I want to try it.
Thank you. Time we're going. Thank you. Hello, Landmarks board members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the applicants for the proposed Civic Center Historic District. We appreciate your commitment to representing the interests of history within the city government. It's an important responsibility that benefits all citizens of Boulder. We also want to thank the preservation planners for a very thorough process and a great spirit of cooperation over the past 7 months. In many ways, this area is the historic heart of Boulder. It's centrally located and civically the center. Many people recognize that this civic area neighborhood has historic, architectural, and environmental significance. The report by the preservation planners is a treasure chest of stories and information about the evolution.
I apologize. Can you just state your name for the record, please?
Oh, sorry. Yes, my name is Leonard Siegel.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I was saying that the report is a treasure chest of stories of Boulder. Designating this important historic district now is very timely, especially given the ongoing city plans to redevelop the area. Designation would provide the opportunity for the preservation planners and advocates to offer helpful historic insights for the redevelopment plans being proposed in the area. With preservationists influencing the designs, the developments are more likely to relate to the historic spirit of Boulder. Since the preservation report was so thorough, I want to spend my time focusing on topics where there is disagreement about some of the details and dispel some of the fears about the impacts of creating this district. As Marcy noted, there are several government policies that describe the importance of valuing city-owned historic properties, including this one. Designating this district will demonstrate the city's commitment to honor its own significant historic places. The Parks and Rec Department has self-authored the Cultural Landscape Assessment of Central Park. The CLA claims that the southern 2/3 of Central Park, designed by Frederick Olmsted Jr., no longer has integrity with regard to topography, vegetation, views, and spatial organization. The applicant team is not alone in disagreeing with the conclusions of the CLA. It's a very important point of discussion for the future of this property. Our team is composed of experienced architects, planners, attorneys, and professional historians. We assert that the integrity of the design of the Olmsted Plan is intact, especially in the southern 2/3 of the park. The north third of Central Park, of course, was redesigned by Sacco de Boer, and it has already been landmarked. The primary change in the south portion of the park was the construction of the pedestrian underpass at Arapahoe, which happens to be in much the same location as the Olmsted design Creek Path. Now, I'm going to show you some diagrams comparing the park in 1938 with the park today to demonstrate that Olmsted's design still has integrity. What do I point it to? Next slide, please. Sorry, it's not coming up. Here it is. Skip one. Let me come back. Okay, here we go. Nope. Try it one more time. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Oh, no. All right. Okay, sorry. All right. So with regard to topography, you can see the image on the left is 1938, and the image on the right is 2024. There is sloping embankment that provides easy pedestrian access to the creek. We've just been talking about the creek, both time periods. There are level lawn areas which provide the most flexibility for public activities, including large events. Again, a part of the original Olmsted design. Finally, there's a small slope down from the open lawns to the sidewalk along 13th Street to slightly separate the park area from street activity. The integrity of the vegetation design is intact in concept and in details. The primary change is that the trees have grown. They've gotten bigger. There are, as you can see, there are groups of trees that reinforce the perimeters of the park. Along 13th Street, they form a shaded walkway, almost a colonnade. Olmsted located trees strategically to provide shady places in the lawn areas. With regard to views, after 100 years, the landscaping is still thinner along the west side of the park to frame views to the Flatirons just as designed. With regard to spatial organization, the layout of the southern 2/3 of Central Park has had relatively small changes over 100 years, as you can see in this comparison that highlights the pedestrian paths that shape different activity zones. Another point is how important Olmsted's master plan has been to the overall character of Boulder, including his recommendations for 6 parks. It's amazing that in 1908, the Boulder City Improvement Association was able to bring the leading planning company in the United States to a town of only 9,000 people. Olmsted's master plan was a part of the City Beautiful movement. His report also laid the groundwork for the first zoning ordinance, later developed by De Boer. Most park departments would celebrate the work of the Olmsteds. Instead, the integrity of the Olmsted design of Central Park has been disparaged. Recently, the Parks Board members said that they don't want to be limited in their authority to redesign Central Park. They said the historic district would create new bureaucratic hurdles. History proves them wrong. Your Landmarks Board members, you know that the 46-year record of historic districts in Boulder. The designation of these districts has supported the evolution of the neighborhoods, not hindered it. These areas thrive not in spite of the designation, but because of it. The design guidelines help property owners understand and appreciate the historic qualities of their buildings and landscapes. The system of collaboration between the preservation planners and other departments of government has also been very successful. It's been proven to not be a bureaucratic hurdle. In addition to its beautiful and functional landscape architecture, Central Park has tremendous historic and environmental significance that you've heard of. But Boulder was fundamentally improved by the creation of Central Park. It influenced the town to have a greater appreciation of the environment and be a more civic-minded community. Another issue that has come up is the accusation that the creation of Central Park was discriminatory. The Parks and Rec Board called Olmsted Jr. a problematic figure, hinting at racism. In Boulder, that could not be farther from the truth. In 1900, this neighborhood was the front door to Boulder and to the university. In this slide, there's a quote from a Daily Camera article from 1928 that calls the area a disgrace to the community. As you can see, it was very dilapidated. There were illegal activities here, including prostitution and bootlegging. The Boulder City Improvement Association wanted to enhance the quality of life for all citizens by transforming the area from 19th to 13th Streets for community uses. A few residents were displaced, but there was justification to do that. This is a part of the city building process that has benefited hundreds of thousands of people over the 100-year life of the area. And I think I'm running out of time. I can't tell my time, so 2 minutes. Okay, so let's see. The creation of the Civic Center of Boulder was morally and ethically justified. To call it discriminatory or racist is to project our present-day values onto past historic events. This revisionist thinking should not be used to attack the citizen-led Boulder Improvement Association, to denigrate their designer Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., or to disparage the creation of Central Park or oppose the proposal of this historic district. We're going to cover the boundary in our comments later on. But in conclusion, I want to say that some people are asking why create a historic district when most of the properties are already landmarked. Aristotle gave the answer 2,400 years ago. He said, the whole is more than the sum of the parts. Joining the historic properties in a single district is an opportunity to tell the diverse histories of the evolution of Boulder and rebrand this area from one that is shunned to one that is celebrated. The applicants urge the Landmarks Board to unanimously recommend this district to the City Council. We also ask you to include the Olmsted design of Central Park as an integral aspect of the district. If you go along with the Parks Department's cultural landscape assessment, you can be almost certain that the southern 2/3 of the park will be completely changed and the essential historic legacy of Olmsted will be erased. So let's celebrate the unique and important neighborhood by designating it as an historic district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonard. Before he leaves the podium, do any board members have questions of the applicant?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chelsea. Oh,
That's my time.
yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. During the, you might have been referring to me, I'm not sure, about the, in the last meeting that we had discussing this topic, I brought up some of the historical information around Olmsted and some of the racist policies that he promoted during the time when he was prominent. And I guess I just heard you say that displacing people of color in some way was justified. And I just want to maybe give you an opportunity to explain that.
That'd be great. Thank you. So Frederick Olmsted Jr. has been studied quite a lot lately. And there are accusations that the developments that he worked on were exclusionary. This is outside of Boulder, Colorado. And having been an architect for 40 years, I know that when you work for clients, sometimes they surprise you and say, hey, by the way, I want to tear down this historic building. And you are kind of powerless to do that. So I'm not sure how much of what Olmsted did was part of what his clients want to do and part of what he wanted to do. But what we know in Boulder is that he not only was trying to create a people's park and 6 parks for people, but for instance, the park where Emma Martinez Park is right now, that was specifically located by Olmsted adjacent to the predominantly Black and Latino neighborhood and working class neighborhood. So it was giving a park to those people. The people who were displaced here were not predominantly Black people. There were people of all color, or mostly white, actually. There were Black people here, and the park, the district itself that we're talking about in terms of displacing is, most of the displacement happened west of this building between here and 9th Street. And a lot of that was due to the train tracks that were built to reach to the university to serve the campus. So they tore down a number of buildings at the turn of the century. And then the remaining buildings were torn down later as a part of the park. I think there were maybe 15 buildings altogether in what was, and I'm looking to Claire, but roughly 15 buildings, roughly between Broadway and 9th Street. But over time, they were torn down for different reasons. It was the predominant Black neighborhood was the Little Rectangle, and that was further east along Water Street, which is now Canyon. So I don't believe that what this park and this civic center did was target any particular minority group or any particular economic strata. It was trying to create a park where none existed, to clean up the pollution in Central Park, in the creek before Central Park, and to tear down the remnants of the bordellos and the bootlegger saloons. So that's my read of the history that we've been sharing with and learning from the preservation planners. Does that answer your question? Is that new information that you weren't not aware of?
It's an answer to the question.
Okay, thank you.
And Abby, if you wouldn't mind allowing me just a response.
Not at all.
I think one of the most important pieces of this process is helping to tell a more accurate and complete history and help correct the narrative that this displacement was justified. And so I just want to make a clarification that in our research and how we're telling it is very different from what Lynn has just represented, where while there was 6 residences there from 1870 to 1920, that was 40 years of residences where Black and white people both lived. And I think it's a mistake to also dismiss businesses like houses of prostitution or bootlegging. Those were still business owners and those were still businesses. And so dismissing it through morality or because that area flooded and therefore it was a less expensive land is important to acknowledge, but it's the people that lived there for those 40 years are important to Boulder's history, and the displacement of those people that was very intentional is part of the history of this area and of our community.
Could I respond though? Perhaps the displacement was not intentionally targeting a racial group or an economic group. The displacement was to provide a community amenity that has since served hundreds of thousands of people. So and in city building across the United States, if we were to look at the lens of our current thought versus what was going on at the time, we wouldn't have any parks in our country because there were buildings in the location of most parks. So the idea that it is important to tell the story of what occurred before here in terms of indigenous peoples and the transition of this neighborhood from a working class neighborhood to a transient neighborhood. It's important to tell that, but I think it's a disservice to suggest that it was a racially motivated, discriminatory action. And we'll disagree. We'll disagree to disagree on that.
And Mark, I know you want to say something, but I think the important thing is this is kind of the beginning of the process of telling that story fully and completely. So this isn't the stopping point or, and even I know Marcia said how much she's learned through this, but I mean, as this moves forward, assuming it does, we'll have that chance to really get that story out there, the true, accurate, good, bad, and the ugly, because it's all part of our, history in this area. Thank you, Lynn. Mark?
I would just, I would encourage the applicant to, your desire to create a historic district is something that can be enhanced by, and the probabilities greater by honoring an accurate and complete history, and including our collective failures and injustices, and by acknowledging those, both the likelihood of creation of a historic district and the value to the community, both will be increased. And rather than trying to sell or whitewash a story, I think and I'm no historian, but I know enough that we will all be better served by not being afraid of the historical truth of the history that this area represents. So that I'll end there.
Could I respond to that?
Talk to the chair.
John? Oh.
Well, I wanted to expand on what Mark was saying, and then I believe you should respond. Oh, sorry, bad mic. Just very quickly, what we're doing here is not freezing this area proposed to be a district in time. It's not putting it into some kind of historic gel. What we're trying to do is to establish, celebrate, and create a cultural historic center to the town that has, in addition to the park, it's wrapped with other facilities that is a big opportunity to encounter and to fully tell the difficult parts of the history and to create a place for all the citizens of Boulder to experience what made this town, where it came from, and where it's going. And so I think that's another way to look at that. We're creating a historic district. It's going to be a vibrant place. It's going to be a place where some change may happen, where facilities will be formed, where storytelling devices will be included, and it'll be a place that encounters things and honestly tells them.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I couldn't agree more about how historic preservation should and is inclusive of all the stories of the history. And in fact, it was quite frustrating when we were working on the nomination of the atrium building to be a landmark, that the full name, the Midland Savings History, was shunted aside because certain people on the council felt that that story was distasteful. But in fact, that's an important story to tell. And that building should actually still be called the Midland Savings Atrium Building, so that people understand that there was another use before it was a government use, and that use was associated with that company with redlining.
Yeah.
And that's a bitter pill, but an important story to tell. And in no way is this applicant group wanting to whitewash anything about this neighborhood. In fact, the best thing that could happen is more people over time come up with more stories. I've logged into a Facebook group called I Was in Boulder in the 70s, and I mentioned something about the bandshell, and people are posting amazing amount of stories about Central Park and the bandshell. So there's really more stories that could be added to this as well. But I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose sight of the importance of this historic district by something that Frederick Law Olmsted did somewhere else.
Thank you. And Leonard, we will invite you back up after public participation if you want three additional minutes. And, you know, although staff has done tremendous research on the stories, as well as the applicants and the applicant groups, we're still at the beginning of this process about telling it, you know, accurately, clearly. And we're very lucky as this progresses, that there is a historian here with us tonight on African-American families here in Boulder, who I think could be called upon when that time comes for Dan Corson to help weave those stories into the narrative, and the more difficult stories to share. So thank you. We'll invite you back up. I think we are ready to begin public comments on this district. Aubrey, I assume you have a few signups.
Just a few.
I also know that there were several applicant groups involved with this nomination. In fact, it started out with Friends of the Tea House and Friends of the Bandshell. And I don't know if we can allow this, but it might make sense for any of those participants to speak next, because I know Historic Boulder joined them to move this nomination to the Landmarks Board. Or is that too difficult, Marcy?
I think we have slides from Fran Sheets if you're ready.
Okay,
and
that
she represents the Friends of the.
Thank you. Perfect.
Can we go? Can we take a break?
And Fran, I will need to swear you in, and do state your full name as part of that before your 3 minutes begins.
Yes,
Thank you.
Fran Mandel Sheets. As a former board member, my goal tonight was to, it's kind of changed from that. And the reason why that is up there is to show that the creek is open still. It was accused of being overgrown, but that is, the ditch, not the creek. And it has been cleaned and cleared. And I just want you to see that it was like that when Olmsted originally did his drawing. And I'm aware that your decisions are made or should be made based on the preservation plan or the code in Boulder. So I'm going to talk about that and talk about how it applies, because I think that there are significant criteria for creating historic districts in Boulder. And the code says, and I'm going to quote you, the district as an entity should show character, interest, or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the community, state, or nation, and be the site of historic or prehistoric events that had an effect upon the society or exemplify the cultural, political, economic, or social heritage of the community. What area in Boulder fits this definition better than the heart of Boulder and this area in the park? The criteria requires, and I quote, association with historical persons or events nationally, state, or locally. The district must have distinction. I'm quoting from the code now. The district must have distinction in the development of the community of Boulder. It must have recognition by the authorities, meaning the Boulder Historical Society or local historians, and it names in the code Frederick Law Olmsted as an example of among other professionals. The area has architectural significance and is, I think, intact to 1924 when he did his original drawings. A district must have artistic merit and examples of the uncommon, and it must have in indigenous qualities. We have all these qualities in this area in town. The Civic Park District has it all. Environmentally, I quote, the district should enhance the variety, interest, and sense of identity of the community by protection of the unique natural and man-made environments. The site must have compatibility, consideration to scale, massing, placement, and other qualities. It must have geographic importance. The 2006 preservation plan added the designation features to include landscaping features. And so even back then they were talking about how we could design and landmark this park. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran.
All right, because we received the PowerPoint slides in advance, we have Catherine Barth and then Payson Sheets.
And Catherine, you know I will ask to swear you in and state your full name for the record.
Catherine Barth, for the record, and I will tell you the truth. Okay, is that it? Okay.
Can you speak a little louder?
Okay, there. Good. I've been thinking, and the more I think about the flood of 1894, I think that was a real turning point in Boulder. Up until that point, Boulder was a real rough and ready mountain town, and the flood came through and it just changed everything. The sources for my comments tonight are the School Land book, From the Discovery of Gold to the Gold of Research. And School Land says on July 31st at 5:30 in the evening, it started to rain. And by 9 o'clock, almost 5 inches of rain had fallen, and water was tearing into Boulder down what we now call Canyon Boulevard. It came from 4 different canyons: Bear Canyon, Boulder Canyon, Sunshine Canyon, and 4 Mile Canyon. And torrents were coming through the city. That changed everything. And the fact that the year before women had gotten the vote in Colorado, I think, had another big effect, because women started thinking about how to repair this town, how to make it better. And the Boulder City Improvement Association was formed. Mostly that organization had men in it, but there was one woman who was, she was, I guess you'd call her now a social worker. And she had been married and widowed, and then she was engaged. And she somehow got to know, with her fiance, got to know Frederick Olmsted, and they hiked all over Boulder with him and with Eben Fine. And they looked at things, and they looked at landscapes and trees. And I think she had a big effect. And I think the fact that women had gotten the vote the year before that flood meant that our city recovered and our city rebuilt much more quickly than I think it would have otherwise. So I just think that people love Boulder, and they love Boulder because there is a there here, like a there. People come here and they love Pearl Street, and they love the tea house. And it's I guess I've heard that of the top 10 places in Boulder, 7 are historic. And with that comes tourism, investment. And I think I have, anyway, please vote to designate this district. Thank you.
Thank you,
Got
Catherine.
carried away, I guess.
Thank you. And Payson Sheets. And I'll swear you in and then state your full name on the record of the microphone, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, Payson Sheets, and I swear.
Thank you.
Okay, I have two things for you. First, my grandparents moved our family from Durango to Boulder in 1920, well before the park existed. For 5 generations to today, we have always lived in walking distance to Old Steads Park and have enjoyed picnics, concerts, and many other activities. My elders frequently mentioned Olmsted in appreciation. Because of my family's sustained use of the park for decades, I assure you that had a significant landform alteration occurred by bulldozer or whatever else, we would have known about it and made one hell of a fuss about it. I conclude that our direct experience with the park indicates integrity from its beginning to today. This is bolstered by my 8 decades of direct experience in the park, as I'm in the middle of those 5 generations. I deeply hope Boulderites can continue to enjoy this jewel of a park in the very heart of our community. Second, I professionally document and interpret landforms in 3 different countries, the US, El Salvador, and Costa Rica. I distinguish human-caused alterations from inadvertent ones from acts of nature and study the interactions among them. I was surprised to learn that some people are doubting the integrity of current landforms in the park. This is easy to test. Fortunately, Olmsted's 1924 map combines actual conditions then with plans for modifications. I took his map to Central Park last week and compared his map to landforms today. In these 2 large areas that we've seen in various illustrations tonight, 2 big triangles of flat areas, these large areas that comprise the majority of area in the park, the present integrity is striking. It's really good. I was reassured by that. If anyone doubts my statements, my conclusions, please call me. I asked my phone. Yep, there's my phone number. Please call me and let's walk the park and do some detailed comparisons. I would like to do that. I see an excellent opportunity for the board, for Parks and Rec, to act as public stewards and protect Olmsted Park for generations of Boulderites that have not been born yet. I thank you.
Thank you.
And excuse me, Abby, just to clarify, Fran Sheets and Catherine Barth are representative from the other 2 applicant groups, and now the speakers are ordered in the order of the sign-up sheet.
Perfect. Thank you. And Aubrey, who's next?
All right, next we have Joe Stepanek, followed by Patrick O'Rourke and Dan Corson.
Thank you. And Joe, you know what I'm going to ask you to do.
I do.
Would you swear to tell the board the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you for the chance to speak. I'm Joe Stepanek. My wife, Carolyn Holmes, and I live in a historic home, twice landmarked at 720 11th Street. And we're very pleased to strongly support this historic proposal. I'm grateful to Marcy to introduce the band shell. My colleagues had asked me to talk about 2 structures, the band shell and the tea house. I'm currently still on the Sister Cities board as a past chairman of the board, and I'm pleased to defer to Marcy's comment and thank her for her comments, and I'll focus on the tea house, on which I still have personal involvement. One of the newest buildings facing Central Park is, in its own special way, representative of concerns for world peace. President Eisenhower was told by a friend that diplomacy was much too important to be handled only by American diplomats, having been one myself. The world's citizens needed to be involved to get to know each other, to foster peace, and with his proclamation in 1956, sister cities were born. As for the tea house, as early as the 1970s, a few Boulder citizens, 3 lady activists, organized themselves to search for a Soviet sister city to form this partnership. But the Soviet embassy in Washington proved to be suspicious of our motives despite visits by the Boulder ladies. When one of them mentioned in passing that Boulder actually had a Russian balalaika band, the deal was done. Music cinched the deal, as my wife Carolyn has emphasized. I salute Carolyn for the comment. She's absolutely right. So in August of 1990, 200 crates arrived, packed with hand-carved and hand-painted portions of a large structure. Because of the uncertainty surrounding this gift, the 200 crates were stored unopened for nearly 7 years. In fact, a few boxes were actually moved and opened in an empty hangar at Boulder Airport, just to be sure that this gift was in fact a tea house. Finally, leadership and council settled the matters of location and financing, and we thank City Council for that. By May of 1998, the tea house doors opened. Surprise, no one in the early years could have guessed that a Soviet-era gift from then Soviet Republic of Tajikistan would become Boulder's most visited, busiest gathering place, bringing tourist dollars from all over. Boulder is very fortunate to have 2 remarkable structures, tea house and the band shell, representing its history, its commitment to the arts, to peace, to business, and to preservation. Colonel and I are delighted to support this historic district. Actually, we don't have a lot of choice. My own father-in-law, Judge Holmes, founded Mapleton Hill Historic District. My mother-in-law, June Holmes, was instrumental in seeing to it that the band shell was landmarked. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Patrick?
Patrick O'Rourke, I swear to tell the truth. Start the clock. You'll put that up there. I thought I'd start by just responding to a couple observations from the surveys that were sent out. And a question that Chelsea had before, which was regarding the guiding principles of what's going on. I'll start with that. 2 examples of what we're thinking with the guiding principles is the ability to use adaptive reuse on some of these buildings. For example, when we did the atrium building, at that time we made a proposal and it was submitted by the city to turn it into some sort of gathering center, maybe an open marketplace, which we think within the historic district. The other adaptive reuse we think is important is the Bamoka building, which is on the block. It's going to be decommissioned as a art center. And what a great opportunity it would be to have the city of Boulder have its first children's museum. And it would work very well with that. Couple issues with the surveys that were submitted. The survey, a lot of the negative comments on the surveys had to do with issues of crime in that area. And that's something that's going to be continuing on going forward. So we think that the historic district would actually help in focusing some attention on that area, but that's something outside this realm. I think it's important, as you said, to tell the complete history. And I think our intention from Historic Boulder's point of view is what happened throughout the last 14,000 years is critical. We're missing the indigenous people that were displaced in that market area too, and what happened in the 1850s. The last thing I'm going to do is let you listen to something that was at the city council. Most of the city council members, because we sent out a historic survey, they're in support of this, but this is one person that wasn't. So I thought I'd let you listen to it. Hopefully, oops, you would be patient with me. Hopefully, oh, wrong one. Oh, please, not.
A historic district versus a landmark are 2 separate things, and it is unquestionably true in my mind that this would be qualified to be part of a historic district. And through the historic district process, we would discuss what elements of the area really need protection, what's truly important and special about this region. And I would fully support us going through that process. I think that we should look at not only this block, but the block south of it as well. Because in my mind, this not only is this part of a bigger park space in how I experience the heart of Boulder, but this was part of a bigger vision by Olmsted. You know, he did not design this was not intended to be a piece alone. It was intended to be part of a larger design element that wraps through our city.
Thank you for your letting me go over, but that was Lauren Falkert at the 2022 hearing. We've been working on this 3 years, so we thought about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Dan Corson.
Okay, I'm Dan Corson. I'll tell the truth. Kudos to staff. I'm going to speak to Central Park as a site. Without regard to any of the consultants of any era, Central Park as a site would be eligible for both the local and national registers based upon its remarkable social history alone, a social history that continues with many festivals, annual commemoration of homeless deaths, and anti-Trump protests. Those are the ones in which I participated, among others. I worked at the Office of Archaeology and Historic Preservation for 17 years. I supervised a staff that daily evaluated National Register eligibility of properties as part of the consultation process required for federal agencies on their various projects. We received over 3,000 submissions annually. Many of the submissions included multiple properties to be evaluated. For example, the I-25 reconfiguration of Pueblo included hundreds of properties, and that was one submission. I tell you this to give you an idea that I have dealt with tens of thousands at least of National Register eligibility determinations. An interesting one, perhaps, a little closer to home, is the little pre-World War II gas station at 63rd and Arapahoe was saved by this process, determined to be National Register eligible. I can safely state that the entirety of Central Park is a lay-down National Register eligible site, and our staff discussion after reviewing the materials presented wouldn't have lasted very long. I also want to talk about the real heroes in this effort. They are the citizens of Boulder who furthered the effort for a Central Park with their own funds. It was private citizens who paid the consultants, engaged with the city government, and actually planted the first trees in the park, similar to what they had previously done on the Chautauqua Green. These citizens are the parents of Central Park, who saw it through over many years, starting in the 19-teens. Perhaps it should be called the People's Park, and who they also helped create the first parks board in the state here in Boulder in 1907 to ensure that all Boulder citizens had easy access to a park. This designation will honor them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Bob Muckle, are there additional people after Bob? I might ask the two people after Bob to go ahead and move up to maybe one of the front two rows so that we can hear from everybody.
All right, our next three are Bob Muckle, Kristen Lewis, and Deborah Yin.
Thank you.
I swear to tell the truth. My name's Bob Muckle. I'm the president of the Board of Historic Boulder. So I have just a few things to say. Thank you very much for hearing our application again. I cannot commend you all enough for insisting that we take a longer time to do this process, because the work that the staff has done as a result of that additional time has been really stupendous. Thank you. We hope you'll support passing the staff recommended motion this evening. If we've convinced you about the Olmsted end of the park, then we'd like you in some way to express that you think that part of the park's history has integrity. We'd encourage you not to adopt the CLA as part of your record. We'd encourage you to emphasize how good the contributing features are, the preliminary contributing features. So those are kind of our, I'd say, for, at least for me, I think I speak for a lot of the board members, those will be our ask. I want to say something, I didn't expect this to come up, but I am frustrated with the way the part of the evening has turned, because I want to state on behalf of Historic Boulder and its board unequivocally that we support all the stories of this park being told. And in fact, one of the things we're working on the hardest in our organization is to ask more people to join us so we can represent more people's stories in our work of the story of preserving the built environment in Boulder and Boulder County. Please join us. Honestly, please join us. Historicboulder.org. We're very easy to find. So I just want to be very clear about it. And for me personally, I don't know if I can speak for all of the board. One of the things I'm most excited about this designation is the ability to tell these stories, because the city will do that. We will do that. But what we'd really like to do is to invite other people. Some of these are not our stories to tell. And so we would like to engage with people whose stories should be told. And we would like to help that happen. So I don't think I don't need to be any clearer than that on my view on that topic. So again, thanks very much to all of you and all the time you spend on doing good work for the city. I thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Kristen Lewis. And
Okay.
And I will ask you to swear to tell the whole truth.
My name's Kristen Lewis, and I will tell the truth. I swear. Anyway, I'm here. Well, first of all, I apologize for reading, but I'll squander my 3 minutes if I don't. I wanted to talk about the benefits of having the park designated, and individual landmarks around the park and included in the proposed district represent a distinct timeline. Designation of Central Park Historic District will provide a greater opportunity to tell the story of Boulder's development. It is a unique and significant site that includes lessons about how past generations dealt with issues of homelessness, poverty, and the creation of public amenities like parks.
Kristen, I can't hear you.
Yeah, could you?
Oh, sorry. Oh, is that better? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. And people have mentioned historic tourism is a big thing. I'm going to talk less about that. But anyway, the Central Park Historic District will create the opportunity for preservation planners to be at the table during discussions of redevelopment plans of the East End and the civic area. The preservation planners can influence and inform the designers about the proposed designs for the civic area, helping the developments to be more likely to have the appearance and composition of uses that relate to Boulder, thereby enhancing the sense of place that keeps Boulder unique. Boulder will be recognized as a leader in valuing historic government-owned properties and preserving them. It'll be a trailblazer in recognizing that not only historic buildings, but historic parks have qualities worth preserving. The Civic Center District will be recognized statewide and nationally, which, as you know, could bring access to grants and funds and provide media coverage. It could also potentially become a national historic district. This district would tell inclusive stories, which people have been talking about tonight, about underrepresented minority groups such as the Indigenous peoples and Black Americans. The official recognition of important historic contributions of this neighborhood will give it a fresh appeal and will create demand for more celebrations and cultural events. One that is in early planning is the commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the park. So designation would really tie in nicely with that. In conclusion, I ask the Landmark Board to strongly support the Civic Park Historic designation per the city staff recommendations. Although I would like to see it sort of noted that it extends before 1934, or whatever that number was. It will be a solid step towards nurturing and maintaining the qualities that make our city unique. They are all here because of a shared concern and passion for Boulder, our home. And that's it. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Deborah Yin.
I'm Deborah Yin, and I swear to tell the truth.
Okay, raise the mic up a
Oh,
little bit.
okay.
too.
I'm going to highlight just one argument to support this historic district economics. Preservation of Boulder's history contributes vitally to Boulder's economy, generating tax revenue to fund programs from open space to support of the unhoused. Please look at the handout. This next paragraph is about that. The latest Colorado Preservation Inc. report funded by the state on the status of historic preservation tells us in 2015, 21% of tourists visited historic sites. Heritage tourism increased by a third from 2014, just 1 year before. The next report is not due for a couple years, but one could reasonably speculate the positive trend likely continued. However, to be conservative, let's assume it held steady at 21%. That means $29 million of the $137 million of Boulder's retail sales tax revenue for 2022 likely resulted from heritage tourism. $29 million. A figure that is compelling argument to prioritize and grow the powerhouse for revenue generation that is Boulder's preservation program. Boulder's tourist sites most often searched for on the internet and visited include Chautauqua, Pearl Street Mall, Dushanbe Tea House, the Farmers Market, BMocha, and the Creek Path. Many of these intersect at the civic area. This new historic district will bring more visitors to Boulder, yielding greater sales for hotels, restaurants, and shops, create jobs, and increase sales tax revenues. Additionally, I'd like to briefly address an argument used against designation because of the complicated history in the area. The Journal for Heritage Tourism, writing about Colorado museums, states, the spatial juxtaposition of narratives and counter-narratives in these museums offers insight into how critical and dissonant history is beginning to be incorporated into heritage tourism in the American West. Substitute environment for museum, and we have direction for the preservation and the Parks and Rec programs to work together to exhibit Boulder's own complicated history to a larger audience who would seek out the civic area because of its historic designation. Voting against the district does not right wrongs. Voting for the district does not dismiss inequities. The first step to prevent repeat of injustices is to educate. Designation enhances the opportunity for education. I urge you to vote for the historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Sorry about the beeping. All right, we have 3 more in-person speakers. They will be Andrew Brandt, followed by Stuart C. Lord and Glenda S. Robinson.
Thank you.
I'm Andrew Brandt, and I swear I'm going to drop a truth bomb on this council. Thank you. Good evening, Landmarks Board members. I'm Andrew Brandt, and I'm here to speak in support of the designation of this portion of downtown Boulder as a historic district. I do believe that this designation should happen for the reasons that the other people here have been saying, but also for this reason. The area was the site of Boulder's first Black neighborhood, the memory of which has been systematically erased from Boulder's history. Boulder itself recognizes that the town has a fraught racial history. The very same time period in which the Black residents of the Water Street neighborhood were forced to move coincides with the rise of the Ku Klux Klan in Boulder. But the Landmarks Board has an irreplaceable opportunity tonight, with the stroke of a pen, to begin to repair the injustices done to Boulder's earliest Black residents. The dominant narrative of this area has been that it was a rundown shantytown populated by transients. These are not my words, but the words of Boulder's local citizens and government officials from the late 19th and early 20th century. And their narrative is replicated in the time frame that this board is focusing on, which begins only after the residents who lived here were forced to leave in the mid-1920s. From the city's earliest days, Black women and families lived in the area designated blocks 11, 12, and 13 on the Sanborn maps, where the red arrow is pointing. The current designation does not include Block 11, but the board could expand the boundary of this district to include this area in which many Black families lived. Some of Boulder's first Black women entrepreneurs, Jenny Johnson and Molly Gordon, lived here. So did the families of Charles and Aggie Beasley, Harry and Susie Hall, and John and Nora Thomas, and all of their children. By 1910, census records show that Black families lived in nearly every home on blocks 11 and 12. As racial animus grew in society, the neighborhood was given the singularly offensive nickname of the jungle by the Daily Camera, and this deeply hurtful slur has been repeated uncritically and unchallenged by historians for decades. There is no record that Water Street residents ever used this name, but there are many records of the injustices that were done to them. Photos from the Carnegie Library also revealed that these were not ramshackle cottages, but sturdy wood-framed and masonry homes. As the white residents of Boulder worked to build support for a central park, they deliberately photographed the rear of these properties, claiming that the work sheds and outbuildings were where people lived. I implore this board to consider this history and the city's commitment to racial equity laid out in its 2021 plan. And I urge you to expand the boundary of this proposed historic district to include Block 11. I would also strongly encourage the board to consider a name other than Civic Area for this district, as that name continues the erasure of the Black community that existed before the neighborhood was raised. A fitting tribute might also include the naming of the pedestrian bridge over the creek after one of these Black residents. The Jenny Johnson Freedom Bridge has a nice ring to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Stuart Lord, I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today on behalf of the Executive Committee of the NAACP of Boulder County to express our unwavering support of this designation of Central Park. This designation includes the expansion of Block 11, which represents a significant step toward acknowledging the history of Boulder County. Central Park holds a profound historical significance, a site for the first Black community dating back to the 1800s. It was a vibrant neighborhood of business people, entrepreneurs who thrived and contribute to our city. Despite the attempts to erase history documented this record, this neighborhood represents historical significance of Black community. We urge the Landmark Board to consider the appropriate naming of this center. Central Park does not do it justice. Name it Water Street Park, the first neighborhood where Black people lived in this community. I was surprised to hear a presentation earlier that didn't mention the Black community, which this park is integral a part of. However, I am glad that the record now clearly states that this was part of the Black community. We need to honor the history of the city, the history of the vibrancy of our community, and recognize we should embrace our history, because if we don't embrace our history and don't learn from it, we can make mistakes. So I am excited that you're doing this. We want you to dig deeper. Maybe the back of your neck has to itch a little bit. You to make a difficult decision to name it based on the history of the sisters and brothers who are white and Black who live in this community, that no child should grow up in this community without knowing the history of the Black community as it relates to this Central Park. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
This will be interesting. I'm a preacher, so 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, good luck. Good luck with that, but I will need to swear you in too. Yeah.
Minister Glenda Strong Robinson.
And you will tell the board the
And I
full
will
truth.
tell the truth. I swear to God. A 43-year member of Second Baptist Church, Boulder, Colorado, associate minister and historian, executive committee and member and historian of NAACP Boulder County Branch, an oral historian for the now Museum of Boulder's current exhibit entitled Proclaiming Colorado's Black History. Having lived here for the many years that I have, I've met lots of people and have been privy to stories, including generations of SBC family members. Boulder has had a rich and illustrious Black history right here in downtown Boulder and the Goss Grove neighborhood, where historic SBC Church was for 40 plus years. SBC was founded on January 7th, 1908. We just celebrated our 116th anniversary. It's the only Black church between Denver, Colorado, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. They met in various places like carpenter shops and other places of business. In 1945, they built their own location at 19th and Canyon. One thing I enjoy as a historian is presenting living history. I like to say that I bring history to life. I like to know somebody, tell somebody, let them tell me their story. Black people I know have been here since the 1890s and have descendants who are still alive and tell me stories. That means that they lived here, they raised their families here, they worked here, and in many instances even died here, contributing much to this thriving, bustling economy. We may be few in numbers, but we've certainly made a difference right here in this Boulder area, and we want that acknowledged. Because they were unable to find work that would sustain their families, they created their own financial means by starting their own businesses. We have people who have learned to make something out of nothing. I heard that extensive research had been done, and were these live subjects? Is what I want to know. Were you able to connect to the people or their descendants and get the real story? We want our history proclaimed, acknowledged, recognized, accepted for all these years that we've worked toward a sense of belonging. I can put my fingers on at least 134 years of history right here in Boulder. There are Black people who have had lived experiences for the past 134 years. Our story isn't against all odds, but by the grace of God story. We're not invisible. We represent humanity with lived experiences that are second to none. And we want our history acknowledged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not normally speechless, but thank you very much. Aubrey, do you have any other members of the public in person?
Would anyone else like to speak in person on this item? All right, I think we're good to move on to virtual public comment. Lauren Kennedy, do you see anyone?
I'll unmute her. Lynn, I saw your hand up earlier and then it looks like it went down. Did you want to take your time?
Yeah.
You're unmuted. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yay, the timer. Thank you so much.
And Lynn, once again, state your full name and swear to tell us the truth.
Lynn Siegel, and I swear to tell you the truth as I know it, and not as anyone else knows it. So, yeah. It's interesting because, you know, we're making future history now in Boulder and with all the homeless. And it's interesting seeing that photo of the barracks that the folks down in the quote unquote jungle area were located, and that now we don't have any structures for the homeless. And this has been brought up as an issue. What's going to happen to the unhoused folks that are populating this area? And it's my hope that, well, not my hope, it's my actions that that go to the federal realm to not support low-income housing tax credits and federal governmental benefits that only increase population and make the problem worse. But with historic preservation, it's entirely the opposite. The creation of this historic district provides opportunity from state and maybe federal funds that are the kind of funds I'd like to see for Boulder, and to decrease the wealth disparity instead of increasing it, which is what the general federal funds do. So I totally support this, of course. And I only think that it should have gone down to even Fawn Park and through as much area as possible. I suppose that the New Britain building and the Park Central were not included because they're going to be demoed. That would be tough if it was landmarked first because of flood implications. But things change over time. Even floodwaters change. Someone brought up flood, and so you don't know what's going to happen. But I'm not from this area, actually. I'm from Seattle mostly, but I appreciate the history wherever I am and supporting it. And a historic district does that and leverages us to acquire more funds. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn.
There is no one else in the virtual comments.
We will go ahead and close public comment for this. We'll invite the applicant, whoever wants to speak, back up for 3 minutes, and then I'll query the board about a quick break.
Thank you. Thank you for all the public comments. It just shows the richness of our community, and the applicants are really excited at the discovery that could continue, especially once a historic district is designated. I think it would spur people to bring on more oral histories and to actually have events that celebrate that. We have already been talking with the community connectors about celebrating events in the park for the community groups. I want to talk briefly about the boundary because we really didn't cover it. The intention of our original boundary to include the parking lots, was so that when the development happens in the East Bookend, which we are very supportive of affordable housing and any other use that the city deems important here, that there's a lens of history, that the development looks at the neighborhood next to them. So we are fine with backing off the parking lots, but we would really appreciate it if preservationists and preservation planners could be at the table to talk to the developers during their process. I also want to mention that Historic Boulder is involved with cooperating with the Museum of Boulder and Proclaiming Black History in Colorado. We've been talking with Adrian Miller, and we're going to have a tour of the Little Rectangle on May 11th. You're all welcome to come to that. It'll be free and open. It'll be probably early afternoon that day. And it's part of our building a bigger tent for preservation, having more voices be represented. So that's really all I wanted to say in follow-up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. And before we bring it back to board deliberation, would you like to take a 5-minute break? A 3-minute break? Yeah. We'll resume at 9:42.
Well, that's what I was like. I have to have a minute. Water's like coming. Oh no.
But no, you should. I forgot that. Yeah.
Claire.
What does he work for? A tech company? This is very question. I love it. Well, he was the first person who really addressed it, so I was like, oh, okay. I was like, thank you. And I was like, this and this. Oh, I was like, really? I'm not going to say anything profound in the conversation. So. That's my new shirt. What's the word to get the vote?
It's good to see you, Catherine. You just have to send them directly to me. I'm not sure why. There's been some weird, because I don't have it blocked. I have a card. And my email is right there.
I sent all my stuff to
Yeah, because they used to come to me and then all of a sudden something weird started happening with Claire. So that's what Catherine was. Claire. Oh, that's because it's on.
No, for me, the ones that landmarks for.
So I just gave
But we need to fix that. So when somebody sends one to the landmarks folder.
I don't know. We'll always That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's Comcast, but some bigger stuff gets to me. And you're being done deliverable.
So when you said.
I got yours.
Oh, you had cake yet? Everyone's already eating. Right? Okay, so I'm gonna take one home.
Whatever shows up. I know it is cold.
All of a sudden, it's much colder, much colder here than it's out there. I'm going back out there.
So we have got.
Yeah. I was there.
Well, we can try to.
Not much.
Okay, I know we need to get back. How's Ronnie? He's out. You don't want to start.
I've got it. Well. What demonstrate there. Because and I always the board acknowledged Figured out who he was.
Did you get this? Okay.
Oh, please very good. Yes.
I know that's
So I saw it, I was like.
I mean, the water.
Water Street was.
Yeah. Things changed.
I don't know. Sometimes they go with it.
Oh, yeah.
So, robbing it. You know? I know, we're bad. We're bad.
I'm glad.
One of those weeks.
I like that too.
what?
The bridge, renaming the bridge. Why not?
You could just come over for coffee, I'll make you.
I know.
At 9:48 PM. Am I unmuted? Thank you. And thanks, Ronnie, for hanging in there with us. I know you're under the weather. So we're ready to begin our deliberations. Thank you again to everyone who spoke. And even though staff and the applicants have done tremendous research, we just witnessed that there's still a lot more layers of information to peel off and learn and bring into this story. Staff has done a tremendous amount of work, but I also have to thank the citizens who are here tonight and who have been working on this throughout for nearly a year now. So I thank you guys, your time, your energy, giving up a Wednesday evening to spend with us. Thank you very much. John is willing to kick off the deliberation, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay. As was just said, I want to thank everyone that has worked as hard as they have on this since it started with the extension of the band shell boundary and probably before that. Staff did a remarkable amount of work. A remarkable amount of learning was had by me in this whole process. And just to start, I think this is designating this part of the city, designating this area as defined and as discussed is an essential thing. I think that it forms, first of all, it forms kind of a script for the next phase, a physical script, a spatial script for the history to happen in, which is the next phase of Boulder's history, but it becomes kind of the I guess not artifact, but the edifice of the history that's already passed. And with that comes what we heard tonight, which is a kind of a big opportunity to grab onto another piece of Boulder's history. When this whole thing started, my thinking was that the boundary should extend probably from about 14th Street to 9th Street. And the current boundary as defined is maybe a working instrument that gets us to this point. But with the new information about the original history of the first residents of Boulder, the inclusion of the Block 11 or whatever it is an opportunity that I think we kind of have to consider and seize. And I'm not sure how we do that, but when we vote this tonight, if we could come up with or craft a motion that brings that into it. As I said, I think that it should have extended to include the library building. I think I understand why it's not being included, but this is just something we have to do. And so I'm obviously supporting it. And that's my comments.
Thank you, John. And before anyone else speaks, Marcy, our staff has put on the screen kind of the 3 threshold questions we have tonight. And of course, the first one is, does the board recommend designation of the historic district to city council? Marcy, I can't remember if you had a recommendation if we do these 3 separately, which might move us along, rather than have each board member speak to each of the 3 questions.
I think it's totally up to you. And to make a distinction, the first one is really where you're heading to tonight, which is what is your recommendation to city council? And the criteria for that decision is on this slide here. In addition to that, we're looking for feedback, if you have it, on the draft design guidelines and the components of the ordinance, including the recommended boundary, name, and character defining features or alterations. So I think it would make sense if the board went through the first question first, which is your business tonight, which is making a recommendation. And then if there is support for the district, going into feedback on the framework and the ordinance components.
Thank you. Ronnie, I don't know if you'd like to go next or Chelsea, if you're ready. Just to the first bullet point.
Are we just doing a yes, no, or?
Sure. Or a little, you can elaborate it.
And definitely looking to the criteria would be also helpful in your answer of whether or not this designation meets the criteria or not.
I'll let someone else go first.
Renee?
Marcy, can you put up that last slide so we can speak to it? So, you know, I'm first of all going to say that because of everything that has come up tonight, and because that we have dove into this as not just the band shell, but the area next to it, and the fact that the historic designation brought up all this rich history, good, bad, ugly, or whatever we're talking about, and it preserves and protects the historic significance of this area and of our history and Boulder. And so I feel like that in itself, the fact that staff found this rich history and our citizens came to talk to us today to tell us about this history, just gives me so much pride, I guess, to sit here and want to move this designation forward so that I can learn, and I can then bring my family and share something that I had no idea about. And I think that's so important for us as citizens, and I just want to say that it's just really amazing. And I think the designation does preserve and protect and enhance the historic significance of the area. And so that's the number 1 that we're trying to answer at this point. And I think we can talk to 2 and 3 here in a minute, but I mean, just because everyone had so much fuel for the fire, it just means that we need to tell the story. So.
Well, I'll also be wholeheartedly supporting the designation of this historic district because even though 5 of the buildings here are already treasured landmarks, we're already learning that by forming a district and giving it a name and a place and calling that out, the other history will come to life and will be presented. And, you know, Chelsea asked some great questions earlier about how do you present that? There's a multitude of ways to do that. And I think if we don't form a district, those stories will get further and further buried. And I think this is what we're here to do. It's been 18 years since we formed a historic district. And I think this is, just one of those nights where I agree, Renee, I feel pride. And I think a civic heart of a city, that's what you should engender is pride in that neighborhood as well as in the community as a whole. Ronnie?
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, I am in agreement. I plan to support the recommendation of designation. And like you guys, I've learned a lot tonight. I think having these conversations is helpful. And, you know, I think there are other pieces that we need to talk about tonight in the next 2 bullet items, but I do plan to support designation.
Thank you, Ronnie. Now I'm looking at you.
Okay. So in reviewing everything that's in the memo and that's in the criteria, and in doing my own research to help me understand better the history of the place and the people who were involved with developing this park and kind of how it has become the way that it is today. For me, I am not in favor of creating a historic district, and I'm happy to go through reasons one by one. But in understanding the history, well, first of all, I just want to say that we do not need to landmark anything in order to share the history of that place. And this idea that if only we have a historic district, we can begin to do that is, I think, sort of a self-limiting philosophy that I don't think we need to subscribe to. There's a lot of history across Boulder that should be shared and honored. And we don't need to landmark all of those places in order to commit to educating the community about those areas. For me, one of the things that one of the reasons why I'm really hesitant to landmark this area is because of the public process. And I just believe that because this is the heart of our community, I don't think that we've met the criteria that or the threshold that should have been met to understand what like the full community wants with this area. And I think the last time that we've gotten any real indication of that was in 2021 when the cultural tax was passed. And that was, hold on. I'm trying to find the information about that. But oh yeah, the community safety and cultural tax was passed in 2021. And that was passed with 86% support for the vote. And so overwhelmingly approved by Boulder citizens. And so when the city was communicating the details of that initiative, they said that about $8 million would be appropriated to redevelop the civic area. And at the time, they said that the redevelopment was to, quote, modify and or enhance the park area's and hardscapes to create a large gathering space with important connections to the adjacent transit options, creek path, restaurants and businesses, and better connections to and through the site to link various key destinations through path connectivity and visibility, public plazas for events, and better circulation throughout the site. This translates into enhanced park amenities, pathways, open promenades along 13th Street and Canyon Boulevard, increased visibility and safety of the area, and functional space layout. And so that was what was sold to the community as that initiative, and it was overwhelmingly supported by, you know, tens of thousands of Boulder residents. And I just feel like this process sort of usurps that decision. So that's one of the reasons why I don't feel like I can support this, is I don't feel like I feel like the community has asked for sort of the opposite of preserving it the way it is today. So that doesn't mean that I don't have ideas for how I have ideas for how I would like to, assuming that I am not in the majority. I do have ideas for how to contribute to try to make it as good of a project as possible. I also wanted to share a little bit about some of the individuals who are named as the, you know, people who make this space the way it is. For example, Sako de Boer. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I did some research on him. It didn't take long to discover, but he was responsible for planning many developments and parks across Colorado that prohibited the sale or rent of homes to anyone but white people. On one of the plans he developed in Denver in 1931, he wrote that, quote, "The white-only restrictions would enhance the value of this property for many years to come." He was also responsible for many cities across Colorado only allowing single-family housing to be built in those cities, which we now know today to be an exclusionary policy that has led to a lot of housing affordability issues. And as I've already stated, some of the issues that with Olmsted Jr. So to me, I feel like lifting up these individuals is not the way that I would like to remember this park or to commemorate this park. Like I think preserving this park as it is today should be treated with the same level of care and concern as if the proposal recommended radical change to the park, as both decisions have significant long-term ramifications that will forever impact the fabric of our city. So based on this, I don't from the public participation standpoint, I don't think it was sufficient to justify such a major decision. And I wholeheartedly support the NAACP's request to recognize the historical Black neighborhoods within the park. And as I asked in the last meeting at the Parks Director if we needed to landmark the park in order to properly educate the community on the historic context of the park and specifically educate Boulder residents and visitors about the historical injustice and economic disparities faced by Black community members in Boulder, and the answer was no. So as the civic area is slated to be improved as part of the civic area redevelopment, I believe those educational elements are a requirement of that work, but it's not required that we landmark the park in order to achieve that goal. And in some cases, I believe that landmarking the park could create additional constraints on what educational elements could be included in the park. I have more, but I'll just stop it at that. And say, I have thought very deeply about this, and I don't believe that it's what should happen to the heart of our community.
Thank you.
Hmm?
Mark, anything you want to?
Yeah, I'll just speak super briefly. I came here tonight without a predisposition one way or the other. And I found the combination of staff's presentation and public comment to be wildly educational and just great. And I'm going to say, even though I don't have a vote, that I support the formation of the district. And while acknowledging your point that we don't have to create this to honor the past, to create educational tools about our history. Many times we don't. If we don't create this framework and kind of make something more of a place than it, not than it is, but if we don't raise it up as with a framework, then it is lost. So anyway, yes, I support the district. If I had a vote, I would vote for it tonight.
Thank you, Mark. I know you're going to see this in a different capacity, most likely. And Chelsea, thank you for your comments. I think we can move on to the framework that staff has set out for our discussion. I would like to, after this meeting, there's one thing, Marcy, I'd like to clarify, not here in this meeting, but afterwards, is I so appreciate, your comments, everything you say is so valid or whatever. But what I want to know, I had a memory when I was trained and coming to the Landmarks Board, I thought I was told I couldn't do my own research on subjects in the sense that we all had to hear everything at once. So we don't need to discuss that now, but I wanted to say that publicly so we could follow up if I misunderstood sort of about a great deal of research coming into a topic.
So you can obviously bring your experiences, as you sit as board members, but you're not supposed to do like a great amount of research and bring evidence that isn't presented during the quasi-judicial hearing. And so, you're supposed to make your decisions based on the evidence that is presented at the hearing and applying the criteria. And so, it's okay to be a person and to have, experiences, but as long as those experiences don't prejudice you one way or the other into what sort of decision you're going to make, then it should be okay. Hopefully that makes sense.
Can you point to where it says that in the code or wherever?
Well, it's the quasi-judicial process in BRC 1 chapter 1.3 that you're supposed to make your decisions based off of the evidence that's presented during the quasi-judicial proceedings and not really anything outside of that. But obviously you can still bring your life experiences here and apply those things. I know it's a bit of a gray area. So it kind of goes back to about like having ex parte contacts. And so if you are, and we've disclosed those, whether or not you had them or not. So as long as there aren't any ex parte contacts, then you should be good, but you also should not be conducting like research projects that aren't disclosed outside of this proceeding.
And I know we need to move on.
Yeah, let's just go back to the framework.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the majority of the board is leading towards recommending designation to City Council. So the next item is the board comments on the draft decide guideline framework. And I know we've seen this a couple of times. I still think that it's definitely going in the right direction. You've got some great A-listers on that. I don't know if depending on how this goes, I know, we still have to take a vote tonight. Depending on that, there's still a couple more steps even before City Council. would it be appropriate at some time if a landmarks board member served on the design guideline team, or would that be inappropriate?
We've not scoped that project yet.
Yeah,
We need
okay.
To hire,
I just
hire
want to
someone
throw
help
that
with
out there if anyone was even interested.
Yeah, I think to your point, these
There
aren't.
are some
Yeah.
people interested.
Yeah,
in-
these aren't fully cooked design guidelines. In
No,
other
they're just a
district
framework.
designations, it is adopting the formal, thing. This is guidance for future design guidelines if the district is designated. So if you like the direction it's going, I would keep it at that and not wordsmith it. And I
Okay.
would just point out the one that you haven't reviewed or talked about is number 5 that talks about a
Right.
vibrant mix of uses and adaptive reuse in the East Bookend. And you've seen the other 6 in the study session with Prab in December.
Yeah, I personally love the direction it's going, and I like the inclusion of number 5.
So Marcy, once it goes to city council and it's designated, do you and someone else make the guidelines up and we don't ever look at them again? Or
Yeah,
we get to-
you are the official
Okay.
adopting body, so you will see
Okay.
draft after
Study.
draft and
Okay,
the
just want to
final.
make sure.
No, it's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
a great question because there's a lot of people that end up getting.
Okay, so we make small comments on these ones now to produce bigger and better guidelines.
More detailed,
Okay.
and yes, you would, those have public hearings, and then you'd have them in advance, and then you'd be the body that adopts them as design guidelines. So there's a full process for the guidelines.
I have one comment to make on this because I think the framework is good, except on number 6, the issue with the works of art, I think should somehow involve the Arts Commission. And that is because that echoes back to the issue of it being a cultural district, which was discussed in the early 2000s when I was on the Arts Commission. In 2007, there was an attempt to designate what is now being designated as what we're doing as a cultural arts district. And I don't know whatever happened to it because my term ended.
John, does that put another layer into an already complicated?
It just
process?
means that I think someone from the Arts Commission or
Gets
the-
to review?
gets brought into the process.
So it is another layer.
It is, it's part of the process that's going to happen anyway. the
Okay.
100 days process or whatever
it-
it's going to be.
And I think the intent here is to align it with the other processes and policies and adopted documents, which is the number 6 is straight out of the acquisition guidelines that the city has, and then also the civic area park plan. And so the landmarks board can't assign work or review to other commissions, but it's already in here of align the selection of works of art with the adopted city plans and policies. That would also be how art is acquired and who reviews that.
Right.
But maybe there's a
Well,
encouragement in the guidelines to also involve the Arts Commission.
I mean, yeah, there's a mechanism for that because when I was on the Arts Commission, I served on one task force that I was asked to serve on because of my Arts Commission membership. So it's like, there's ways that can be done.
Ronnie, any comments on the design guideline framework and guiding principles?
Yeah, if you could flip back to the first 3, I just wanted to quickly. Yeah, I mean, I think that this looks good. I think that the order of them may not be that important, but it does feel like there might be a hierarchy of order that feels a little out of order to me. That's just my read of it, that maybe, yeah, the Secretary of Interior Standards rehabilitation might be the first But the maintenance component feels like, while it's important, is kind of a tertiary piece that might be more execution based. I don't know. I think that number 3, and if you go to the next page, 4 and 6 seem like a logical sequence, followed by 5 and then number 2. It's just a sequencing. I think they go well together. So I don't know if this is just topics or if this is meant to also somehow be the framework of how it's documented. And I know that this is kind of overlapping the next topic, but you know, it seems to me like we've teased apart period of significance and period that is still intact. And the point at which the period of significance might expand and be greater than what is still intact today, I think relates to some of the things that are identified here in number 4, which is celebrating the diversity of our community and enrich our collective understanding of different periods of Boulder's history by acknowledging stories of historically excluded populations. And I just offer that up because it feels like that, along with aligning the selection of works of art in the civic area, which is one tool of, you know, how to celebrate diversity, we could maybe expound upon this a little bit. I think we're capturing it to some degree by saying historically excluded populations, but based on our conversations tonight, it might be wise of us to identify them somewhere. I don't know, Marcy, if that needs to happen in the framework yet, but I think it would begin to recognize some of the direct feedback we're hearing. And then while this goes into the next topic, I think the boundary is also important, not just in the defining of the area, which we will do, but what is the boundary of the period of significance, or the, you know, that includes these populations and land areas, because block 11 clearly isn't in our current district boundary, which we can talk about in a minute. But if there is an idea to expand the discussion to a larger area, it does feel like, you know, recognizing that here would be good. So I don't have a specific thing yet, Marcy, but I just feel like that could be teased a little bit apart, and maybe we can talk more about that as we talk about topic 3, and maybe revisit this if you think that's helpful.
And is that enough feedback? I mean, for tonight, this wasn't all going to get resolved and tied up neatly with the bold tonight on the design guideline framework, is it?
That's
Right.
very helpful. I think I would like clarification. Some of the edits, proposed edits that I heard were reference the art commission and potentially, you know, include them in review, reorder the principles, though I see your point, Ronnie, that second one sounds like it's about maintenance, but it's about life safety, and it's about the complexity of this area and the management of it by 9 different departments, and how if this is designated as a historic district, it can still serve the critical life safety and accessibility and transportation functions that it does. So I would advocate that it stay at number 2, but maybe reword it so that it doesn't sound like it's about maintenance when it's about the lead is a little buried on that one. And then the third one is specifically naming the groups that have been historically excluded, maybe say including but not limited to, something like that, to really represent the conversations that have happened in this room tonight about how important it is and what that guiding principle really is saying that there is history in this area that's been erased and let's make space for it. So my, sorry, my clarifying question was, I hear that feedback, I can document it and save it for the design guideline development later on, or I could make specific changes to the framework before it goes to city council. And I'd like your direction on what changes to make at this point and what changes to kind of save for later.
Can I add one more thing? I think I'd like to potentially add a little bit of more teeth to I think it's the fourth design guideline. So right now it says to celebrate the diversity of our community, enrich our collective understanding of different periods of Boulder's history by acknowledging stories of historically excluded populations. And I think that starts to get at it, but I would like something more concrete around the development and installation of educational elements that focus on sharing the stories and history of Boulder's historically excluded communities. Because right now, it doesn't necessarily translate to that.
Yeah, or even facilities. Well, I think it's a great idea.
No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I think you could do it by, I don't want to wordsmith it right here, but you could do it by, instead of saying by acknowledging stories of historically excluded communities, you could say by developing and installing educational elements that focus on sharing the stories and history of Boulder's
Right.
historically excluded communities. And I'm happy to just email that to you real quick.
Thank you.
That's good.
Chelsea, I think that's a great idea. It seems to me, and this is part of the reordering suggestion, that number 4 and 6, if you were to read those back to back, one talks about an idea and the other talks about a mechanism. And some of the mechanism pieces that are like, I think you literally said, some of the language that's in here is written under the works of art. I think the works of art piece is important. And, it says, tell our shared stories and capture a moment in time. Anyway, I see that 4 and 6 should be back to back. And with some of what Chelsea has already said, I think we could point to some of the intent more on the nose, and then use the works of art as one tool to help recognize this.
He agrees.
So
Is that Tigger? No.
It sounds like some immediate changes are adding the language that Chelsea offered to number 4 and then reordering so that 4 and 6 are back to back, as well as rewording the second principle to make it clear that it's about life safety, et cetera. So we'll make those changes. The Arts Commission one, can we dive into that one a little bit more? Is that a change to add to the principle about art? Is that something to dig into and understand more in the development of the design guidelines, which is what my recommendation would be? Just
I
because
think it's,
I don't know how they all fit together, these different boards and commissions. And
I think it's something that we want to explore in the development of the guidelines. You may want to note it. This should in some form include interface with Boulder Arts, with Boulder Arts Commission, and arts groups,
Yeah, oh, art groups, yeah.
because there's many. Boulder Art
But
Association.
that's also how you get more diverse.
Exactly.
Fabulous. Okay. Any other comments on the guideline, the design guideline framework? Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so that would move us to the comments on the different ordinance components, which include a recommended boundary, name, and then a list of character defining features or alterations that could have a significant impact on the character of the district. And typically, your recommendation would include the boundary and the name. Because it's a historic district, your feedback is welcome on the character defining features. The last one about alterations is optional. But if there are alterations that you'd like to recommend be included in the ordinance, alterations that could have a significant impact on the character of the district, feel free to add those as well.
And we don't see this before your memo goes to council again, correct?
That is correct. But it goes to council in mid-March, and it's due 3 weeks before that. So that's basically
Before our meeting in before March 6th.
yeah, it's gonna go fast. Yeah, so so tonight is a great opportunity, even though it is getting late.
Well, I think addressing boundary first, I think we kind of have to seize the opportunity we were presented and include what is west of the boundary is shown at least to the library area, if not all the way to 9th Street. And its southern boundary could follow the creek edge the same way the piece that hits the creek edge does now.
Before I respond to that, do we know where Block 11 lies?
It was shown to us in a
But I
map,
mean,
and it's
do you
roughly,
remember where it lies?
yeah, I think it's roughly between 10th Street and
And we won't be,
9th and a
we
half
won't be
there.
map making on the fly.
I know, I
So
know.
if you tell us if you're in agreement about expanding the boundary to include Block 11, we can take that.
Okay, yeah, then we should expand the boundary west to include Block 11.
Can you give a general?
When you,
estimate on that?
when you say that, does it mean that's set in
Can't
stone?
remember.
It means that we amend the boundary
Is it?
in
Claire, if
in our motion language.
Okay. Okay, Claire can pull it up because she's fast.
Because the one thing I don't want to do here is that we have to follow back to those guidelines, which was protect, preserve history and foster the history, right? So, and so Block 11, right, is the library, and then it's the open space, right?
Right, but historically, the way I heard it tonight, it was called Water Park.
Water Street.
Well, Water Street, yeah, is now Canyon, but then wasn't it called Water Park?
Well, it was Water Street. I don't,
He was suggesting that we call the
Oh,
park
he
Water
call it,
Street.
okay,
he was, yeah, saying.
because it was on Water Street.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, what I don't want to do is like, I agree with like us discussing the boundary of Block 11. I just don't know, like, we have done so much due diligence on the other part of it, that are we including it to, you know, I don't want to protect and preserve the history of something that, you know, I understand what it was, and I think the story should be told, but if what there is now, is that what we're trying to protect? Does that make sense?
Right.
What I'm asking?
Well,
Not what's built there now.
Also
right.
within the period of significance, right? Because it happened, that existed before 1938.
Right.
So how does
Right.
that work?
Yeah, they're related, and if you wouldn't mind me sharing my opinion, though, we haven't prepared. We prepared the analysis, and I think hearing what was said tonight, I think it's a really compelling idea to expand it to include Block 11. And looking at the NPS guidance, there's boundaries at a specific time in history, such as the original city limits or legally recorded boundaries. And so Block 11 is the legally recorded boundary there. I think that something that really resonated with me at the Saving Places conference last week was this idea of how do we make the preservation field more inclusive and expand what it can do and what it can be. So while you know that I'm integrity is always number one for me. Are we meeting the criteria? Are we making sound decisions? I also really have been thinking about one of the speakers saying this culture of preciousness. And in a way, not including Block 11 is further dismissing or not recognizing that because it was erased. And how evocative would it be if you're walking down the Boulder Creek path and you see a sign and you said, well, why is it here and not back by the library? And then you learn because of that sign, there was a neighborhood here and this is where the houses were. So it's a park, you know, I think that you can get there with the criteria in terms of boundaries of a specific time in history. It might also mean that the period of significance changes. And I really wish it were called period of what's there today rather than significance.
Oh, right.
Because we know significance goes back even beyond the 1870s. And
Yeah,
we know
because
about that.
it is significant.
14,000 years ago.
It's significant that there was this neighborhood there that was essentially dispersed, not just by the actions that occurred to assemble the park property, but it was dispersed by the 1894 flood. So we capture that history too. There was a town that was pretty thoroughly disrupted by the 1894 flood. And then what we're now calling the period of significance started. It was because there was something before
Then there
that was
was
dispersed. And then-
Indigenous people before
Right,
that.
and before
So-
that
Yeah.
were indigenous people, and there was a social structure there that is not there.
Can I ask because it seemed to me like in the memo, we were picking 1938 because that's the period in which there's integrity for starting. But if we're not obligated to subscribe to that philosophy of integrity because it's not necessarily part of our city criteria, then couldn't we expand the significance to the period of time that we're interested in?
And just to be clear, integrity is very important.
I agree, but it
And
was
I'm not
clear.
throwing that out.
No.
I know.
I'm not throwing that out, but I think that considering the boundary where slide 93, I don't even know where I
Yeah, 2 to the morning to me.
Oh, yeah. So what I'm saying is like thinking of this as a historic district as a whole, we know that the area shaded in, this area has integrity, it has significance, it meets the local criteria. What we're talking about now is adding, an area to the west to recognize that earlier history that was erased. So I think overall, the district still has integrity. I think that if it were only a Water Street Historic District and it was only Block 11 as like a landmark site, I think it might be harder because of that integrity piece. But I think if the whole significance of this area is the layered history, there is a way to include and recognize that piece. But it's true, like we're working with the preservation structure that was set up in the 1950s and 1975. And right now we're at a point in the preservation field where we're looking to expand and recognize and preserve and tell history in a way that isn't just in the buildings that are still here today.
Right.
It's not, maybe we don't have to be as rigid. Perhaps the other thing, Marcy, what I heard tonight from some of the speakers and some of the illustrations is there might be, very bright, very dedicated people don't always disagree on what that integrity is. And like with the topography, and I know Leonard Siegel showed something and Payson Sheet showed something that made me think that, maybe there's more integrity there. And of course, I look at it like, if Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. came back when he recognized his plan, and he would. I also understand that his full plan was never fully implemented anyway, but I'm going off topic, but Marcy, I mean, it's just like kind of an opportunity was brought to us tonight, and we were asked to consider that addition of Block 11 on the heels of the Saving Places Conference. It sounds like you think that's a very intriguing and important thing to explore. Okay. And Ronnie has his hand up, guys. I want to give him a chance.
If you could roll back to the slide that shows the buildings, the historic, here it is. Yeah, I think this is interesting. So I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at there, to be honest. So block 11, can you just put the cursor over block 11? Okay.
This one.
Could you kind of do a
So it's not
rectangle?
the library.
Block 11.
Library.
It's off the map.
Right on the edge of the map.
Yeah, so this block 11 wouldn't include.
Yeah, so I'm confused. So block 11's over there. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, this again, just to go back to period of significance versus integrity. I'm in support of expanding the period of significance to include greater duration of time period unknown. Okay, I don't know when that starts. I'm in favor of changing the landmark boundary to include block 11 and to include, the other side of the creek. I do want to talk about Homestead.
Ronnie, can I interrupt you one moment after you said that? Because I see the applicants here in the room. Marcy, if the Landmarks Board would like to expand the historic district to include that, do we need to ask the applicant or bring them in at some point with their thoughts on that? Or is it now in our hands?
Yeah, so the applicant proposes a boundary, and then the
Okay.
Landmarks Board recommends a boundary. Staff recommends a boundary to the Landmarks Board and City Council. The Landmarks Board recommends a boundary.
Okay.
But City Council can change the boundary.
Right. I just didn't
This-
know.
this
Okay,
whole-
thank you.
This whole thing started with a boundary expansion,
Yes.
and then it became a district.
Yeah, I will also say, this is new information. It's new, like, I cannot underestimate, I cannot, whatever the word is, tell you how much time we have spent in terms of coordinating with the different departments, doing the analysis and all of that. So Chelsea, I hear your questions, and I agree with them of like, we've spent hours and hours and hours on our recommendation. So speaking individually, I'm saying it's an interesting idea. And I think hearing the speakers here tonight, there's an opportunity. However, expanding the boundary without the coordination with the other departments is also something that I can't do on the fly, right? From the dais as an individual. So you all, the board can make your recommendation, but we will save our staff recommendation until we have a opportunity to make it as a department.
Is there a potential to add an area to a historic district after a historic district is formed? Because maybe that's the appropriate thing to do at this point.
Yes, council can amend designations and it would come to the Landmarks Board first. So you kind of establish why is this area important, and then you can expand or add to it later, either contiguous or discontiguous.
Because I know Mapleton Hill got an addition like 20 years later, so it can happen. So
We
that's a
could
good thought.
We could recommend it.
Yeah.
So that it gets
I
a
think-
talking
I think
point
we should
in staff.
recommend it tonight while
I,
it's
I,
fresh.
I see Ronnie.
Recommend that it
we
be
still
add-
interrupted.
That it be considered as an
That we-
addition at
yeah.
a later time, or?
That it-
No, we just.
Now.
That it be.
But then it could
included.
also be done later, perhaps,
Yeah.
Well, I think it's,
if we all survive
If
this.
we-
No,
if we recommend it, then it just gets it, it's.
moves it.
It
States
just
it.
states it, right?
Yeah.
That we
Right.
think that this could be a possibility.
I see Ronnie's hand up and I think Mark also wanted to make a comment. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of unpack a picture. So I know that there's like a bunch of stuff, but unpack a picture for a second here. So I'm in support of expanding the boundary. I do think that it can give easier and greater recognition to a greater period of significance. Does a better job at doing that. I also think we should expand it to the southern side of the creek. The next thing that I think ties into this, I think it directly relates, is Olmsted. I thought from the beginning, and I'm glad that people have made images that show the overlay of, you know, how things have changed over time, or the characteristics of Olmsted's original plan and what we see there today. I still see it.
Oh, yeah.
And so, you know, the CLA didn't identify that as still being intact. So I'm just going to say, one, I still see it, and I could see that as being a piece of the recognizable landscape that is intact. Now, the criticism about the person is the criticism about the site selection, which I think was one of the things that Len Siegel was trying to bring up, is that, like, you know, site selection isn't just necessarily Olmsted coming in and saying, like, it's going to be here, we're going to displace these people. Or is the question, the criticism, not about site selection, but his personal beliefs and conduct as a designer? And is that why it's like, how do we recognize this person? And I also think that the comments about the bank and the naming convention of the bank and how we can avoid the topic by not bringing up the name might be doing us all a disservice. Like, this isn't my line of work necessarily to understand it to the degree that I imagine other people in the room do. But I could see there being benefit to recognizing Olmsted, who has national significance, helping use Olmsted's original plan as one of the mechanisms of leading like future decisions about changes to the park based on his drawings and original intent, because I do think they're still there. And then also them being like a clear counterpoint of against, you know, what was there before, as a tool for us to talk about what happened in that period of time, and what populations were displaced. So personally, I think Olmsted's plan's still intact, and I don't know why we wouldn't include it. And personally, I think if there is a displacement of people that was based out of decision-making that included his plan, that it might not be bad to know that that was part of it, and we speak to it. And I know that there can be tools that will allow us to do that properly. I don't know exactly what they are. But having part of this and recognizing that he contributed seems pretty obvious to me. And if others agreed, and I definitely want to hear Marcy's opinion on this, I would support recognizing him and incorporating his drawing set into our, you know, future design documents that are regulatory documents for the guidelines.
I don't see how we can erase him from this designation or this story.
Exactly.
And
well, the proposal kind of does.
And I can't see how to do that. Would there be a park here if it weren't for Olmsted? Was he the genesis? Was he the catalyst when the citizens came together? Dan Corson mentioned they were heroes because they pooled money and came together and raised funds to bring someone in to help give this city a direction. And so I
Yeah.
don't know how we overlook that.
Right, and just to point out, they were heroes to some, and they
True.
were
Okay,
enemies to
okay.
others.
I mean, the citizens who were concerned about building a better Boulder. As I
I
think
guess-
Dan was, yeah.
For me, just to go to the
Even at the
criteria
cost.
of whether or not the evidence still is there of the early design decisions and plans, I see them. And that is why I say, okay, yes, they are there. They could help us regulate our design decisions and be a part of the design guideline content. And then the criticism piece of him as an individual or the decision making of the site selection, I don't know how to tease that out of it, Abby, but I feel like that is part of the tool to talk about our history, and expanding the period of significance that includes him and includes the people that were displaced and who knows how much earlier, is valuable, because once you open the period of significance up, then the storytelling piece that related to, you know, bullet points 4 and 6 can be spoken about clearly. The regulatory pieces about design decisions that might be larger than, you know, the types of artwork or signage or installations, they could be regulated more clearly by the aspects that are intact, that relate to the planning drawings that were part of, you know, the planning professionals' legacies. Does that make sense?
I totally agree with that, but you've been able to articulate what was sort of my reaction to the one thing in the staff memo that I couldn't quite reconcile or didn't personally agree with. As far as what is it, period of significance, I also wonder about having it go to 1978 for the tea house.
The tea house was 1998.
Oh, shoot. I got it off 20. I'm 20 years behind.
So I think
in many
it's
respects,
appropriate to have the tea house as a individually.
That's what it is.
Outside the period, because there was a lot of stuff in that period.
Thank you. Yeah, because you guys wouldn't overlook 4 years. I know you wouldn't.
Marcy, can you maybe speak to what I was talking about, and, you know, does it make sense?
Yeah, and I think that I'm hearing some disagreement with the with some board members with the staff analysis of the integrity of the Olmsted period, the 1923 to 1937 piece, and I stand by that. We stand by that analysis to say that the Olmsted design was added onto by the later park planning effort that DeBoer and Huntington were part of, and that the character of the park, in our view, was really established in 1938, where the Art Deco bandshell is this structure in the park that pulls you in. It's an icon both in the park and from the outside, and that some of the circulation in the trees and the water features were part of Olmsted's earlier design, but that that the current historic character was established in 1938. And again, you all make a recommendation to City Council, you know, and you can include all the components that we've outlined there, but that's where our analysis was.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna, I'm gonna interject for just a second. At planning board last night, we had an applicant with a project and we had to render a decision. And there was a lot of discussion about what we were able to do based upon the applicants application. And it got complex, but you guys are a long way off from having a motion to decide on. And it's 11. And so I would just recommend that if there's a consensus that, and I want to first also say that the amount of work and research and information provided about the applicant's request of a boundary and a period of significance and honoring what staff has done to date, that you word a motion that uses words like consider. We strongly, we want council to consider expanding the boundary. We want to include, to consider including block 11. The other thing is ground it back into the code a little bit, and because things carry more weight when you're able to cite chapter and verse. So anyway, you guys are a long way off. I'm going to leave, but I would urge you to start crafting a motion that uses words like consider and allow staff to do some due diligence about the things that you would like staff and council to consider. So that's my little bit of advice.
That's where I was in my thinking. Marcy, did you have a motion drafted?
Yes. So I have a motion for the recommendation.
Right.
And here it is. What I don't have is a motion for the other thing we asked for feedback on. And you don't need to make a motion for the changes to the guiding principles that we talked about. But I would suggest and look to Chris for this would be the motion for your recommendation about designation. And then you could craft some language to, like Mark offered, consider this about the boundary, consider this about the period of significance. The other components are character defining features and alterations if you want to.
Yeah, I think that I feel like I agree with Mark. I think what we should do is this motion language, we add to it that we want to consider the boundary being expanded to capture section 11, block 11. I should know that. Block 11, and consider some alteration to the name maybe of that section of the district or the whole thing that captures the fuller history without changing, because as Mark said, as we all acknowledge, there was a tremendous amount of work that got us to the point of that motion. And there is a period of significance established that relates to the principal part of the territory that we're dealing with here, and we do need to vote to designate. So we need language.
Can we just discuss the name of the park? Yes. So I think we should consider, I know you guys have thought a lot about this, but I think we should consider not calling it the Civic Area Park. For one reason that's very practical is that the civic nature of the uses of those buildings and these buildings is going to change as these functions are likely all moving to Alpine Balsam. So I also feel like it would be a little misleading to current and future residents if this was the civic park, but really all the civic areas activities were not here. So as also recommended by the community connectors and by several of the speakers here tonight, I think one of the ways that we can really help tell the story of the park and also invite curiosity from community members and visitors is to amplify the voices of those who were harmed by the displacement caused through the park's development and other exclusionary policies and actions by the city. And I believe that, yeah, one of the ways that we can do that is through the naming of the park. So I don't, whether it's Water Street Park or a person that we want to lift up as a symbol for the community that existed there. I don't have a specific idea that I feel like I don't think we should be the ones necessarily
well,
to do it, but
Could we just simply call it as the Central Area Historic District?
well, we had speakers here tonight that did say specifically that that was dismissing the history of the park. Like it doesn't speak to that park exists at the expense of the displacement of marginalized groups. And so I think it's important that we acknowledge that through the naming of the park. And I don't know what that name is, but
Water Street.
I mean, I liked the
That's-
Water Street Park.
Yeah.
There is a creek right there. I don't know if that's, that was what was suggested. I think it's
Someone
great.
tonight said People's Park.
Well, it's not aren't we talking about the district? So it would be
Yeah.
called
It's the
Water.
district,
Yeah,
yeah.
so no park involved. It would be Water Street District, Historic District. Or it
Mhm.
would be People's.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Historic
change
District.
the name of the park. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think whatever it is, it should be specific to the people who were displaced in the creation of the park.
And the one thing that I want to say to the Water Street is and I'm just unclear, right? Because there's a lot that we've come in
Mhm.
tonight. So if we add in block 11, and I think with the addition of block 11, I feel that Water Street Historic District makes sense.
Right, but
If we
without
don't
it,
add
Right,
in
yeah.
then that's
block 11, then it's really like the Water Street was block 11 is my understanding is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why there might be another name that
I think
speaks
it's
to
our
the park.
recommendation again, like, so it's going back to, we're gonna recommend this motion, and our recommendation to staff and council is we want to consider adding block 11 and consider renaming the district Water Street Historic District.
I think that that's fine, but if they don't agree with adding that additional district, then I still think there should be a different name that speaks to, because it wasn't like the displacement still occurred at that park, which is somewhat separate from the street. So, I don't have any exact answers.
Well, I think that, and I'm kind of going with what Mark is saying, is like staff has put a lot into this. So I think we can consider things to move forward and recommend something there. But
can we say to be known as, can we just say, do we have to say the name?
You don't have to make a recommendation on the name, and you can see how we also went around and put like a word cloud of stuff, and it's hard. So you don't have to make a recommendation about the name. The one thing we need to walk away with is a recommendation whether council should designate or not designate. And then I'd suggest separate motions to do these other, consider this about the boundary,
So
consider
should we-
this about the.
Can we say that the district should be named, to commemorate those who were displaced in the creation of the park? Something like that.
so Marcy, are you saying we should go with this motion now? and pass
Well,
the
no, because if we go with this motion, then that's the motion that's recommended.
No, because I think we're doing the motion and then we do the considerations. No?
Yeah, make multiple motions is what
Oh,
our recommendation is of still a
So if we can do this motion, which is what we kind of
You're back.
agree on.
Yeah.
We'll
go to the-
majority, and then we get to go to the next
Yes.
one, which will be the adding block 11, and then the next one will be, the next motion will be the name, and then the next motion will be the period of significance, right? So we can tackle one at a time.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
let's do
trying
it.
to move
Let's do
forward.
that.
Do we have a motion on the district?
Let's do a motion.
Motion, okay.
On the district.
So I recommend a motion. The Landmarks Board recommends to City Council that it designates the area encompassing a portion of the area between 177 Broadway to 14th Street and between Canyon Boulevard and Arapahoe Avenue, as shown in Figure 7, to be known as Civic Area Historic District, finding that it meets the standards for historic district designation in sections 911-1 and 9-11-2, BRC 1981, and adopt the staff memorandum dated February 7th, 2024 as the findings of the board.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on this? Ronnie, do you have a hand up?
Well, I mean, I guess, are we making amendments to this now, Marcy, before we vote on it?
No, you're gonna vote on this one and then make separate motions about each of the other components.
Okay.
Okay, on a motion by Renee, seconded by John, we'll do a roll call vote. Chelsea,
no.
John,
Aye.
Renee,
Aye.
Ronnie,
Aye.
and I vote aye, so the motion passes 4-1.
Okay, and then-
Oh, this is good. You guys are good.
Okay. So
So can I make a motion on the name?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that what am I making? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that we name the historic district in a way that commemorates those who were displaced during the park's development or as a result of the park's development and other exclusionary policy and actions by the city. If that makes sense.
well, the language up there,
Oh, yes.
you could just use it in that language.
And it's there. It's
I'll
live.
second that.
Does that capture?
Do we
that?
want to do all three at once, or we're doing one at a time?
Can we do it as a single motion, Marcy?
I think she made that motion and I seconded it. Should we just vote on this one?
Yeah, let's just do one at a time. Let's keep
Okay.
it simple.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
name-
definitely easier to do it one at a time.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So we got a
Okay.
second by Ronnie.
okay. I just want to see the language just for Chelsea's motion. Number one, right, Marcy? Okay, thank you. On a motion by Chelsea, seconded by Ronnie, we'll do a roll call vote. Chelsea,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Renee,
Aye.
Ronnie,
Aye.
and I vote aye, so the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'll do the next motion. We all get to do one. I move that the Landmarks Board recommends City Council consider expanding the boundary to adding block 11 to recognize residential area that was located there historically.
Feel free to add or edit, just a starting point.
Okay,
I'll
because you had it.
I'll second that, and I'd love to make a friendly amendment to include the other side of the creek.
Okay, let's do that then. let's work that
I
into
mean, the other side of the bank, like the bank of the creek.
the
Wait.
south side of the
Oh,
creek bank.
Oh,
Yeah, the other side of the creek,
bank.
maybe
Yeah,
the
Boulder Creek.
west bank of Boulder Creek.
Would it
Do we
be
want
north
to
or south?
expand on why block 11 is important? I mean, I
was just
feel
gonna
like,
say, like,
I feel like we need to name it that.
Historically, and then it stops, yeah.
Yeah, the language changed while I was reading it.
Well,
Let's work the language
and
back to.
a question back to Marcy. We're doing these motions. Do they take all motions or do they take one motion or they're gonna dissect it?
We will forward all the motions that you make.
They'll get all of it.
I just don't want to add in the west bank of the other side of the creek if they would want just block 11. Do you know what I mean?
These are recommendations
great.
for council to consider.
Right.
Okay, that's
The most important decision that you're making tonight is whether or not to designate a historic district.
Uh-huh.
And these motions are for city council to consider in the ordinance that they may or may not pass that actually creates the district. And so you're providing them some guidance to what should be included, what shouldn't be included.
What it should be called.
Yeah.
But primarily, you've done the lion's share of the work, but this will be advisory to city council when they may or may not pass the ordinance to create the district.
Okay.
Chelsea
I think
has.
I'm gonna use the NAACP link. I'm gonna try to pull from this for the number 2. To recognize the residential area and its importance in Boulder's earliest Black history. Is that?
Historical Black neighborhood. Black community in Boulder?
Well, it was the first Black neighborhood in Boulder, correct?
So recognizing the historical significance
Of Boulder's
of
first
this
Black-
neighborhood. Yeah,
Black
first, yeah. Mhm.
Is that okay?
Of early.
But that-
Before I say, it.
Oh, you did it. That's right.
Yeah,
Chelsea did the.
okay. Anyway, are we ready? Is it?
Recognizing-
Important to Boulder's earliest Black
But
history.
is this the one
We want
Ronnie
the
wanted to
boundary.
add the thing about to the creek?
Yeah.
Is that a separate motion or is that
May-
included?
Well, I think that doesn't include that it was
Let's do
Boulder's
this.
first Black
I
neighborhood.
think that should be
Will
separate.
you read it?
Someone else.
I'll read
had
it.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
move,
he wants you to read this because she wants to write this, right? You want to write.
I heard
uh,
2 different ones that
I
were
like
kind of
neighborhood.
saying the same thing. So which one would you
Yeah.
like?
The historic significance as the site of Boulder's first Black community. Right? Isn't that what you? read?
Neighborhood.
earliest Black neighborhood or
Okay.
Black community.
Pick up from recognize.
Well, I don't think it was it wasn't the first Black community. It was just the neighborhood.
Well, he
right?
states it right here, the Central Park, the second
Oh.
paragraph.
Yeah.
It says the site of Boulder's first Black
Oh,
community.
then there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Dating back to the event.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I
So-
thought we were talking about
To recognize the historic significance of the residential area and its importance to the site of Boulder's first Black community. So take out Boulder's earliest Black history
This
and
was-
write importance to the site of Boulder's first Black community.
Okay.
That makes
All
sense
right.
or not? Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Is
Will
that,
you read it for the record?
well,
I am
Chelsea,
going.
is that
I'm
how
gonna-
you feel?
Does that work for you?
I mean,
yeah.
Okay. Ready? I move that the Landmarks Board recommends City Council consider expanding the boundary to include Block 11 to recognize the historical significance of the residential area and its importance to the site of Boulder's first Black community. This is what I'm hearing is not right, is to recognize the historical significance of the displaced residential area and its importance to the site of Boulder's first Black community.
Okay.
I'll second that, and I'd like to amend it while it's less socially important to include, consider expanding it to also include the southern and western bank of Boulder Creek.
Yeah, Marcy's just gonna make that.
Do you
a second.
accept that amendment?
I think he's gonna make it a second. I think she's making it a whole nother amendment. No?
Give me just a
I
minute.
think it's a friendly amendment to his.
I'll see.
Yeah, if,
I think that should be a separate amendment, just because I feel like they're different enough and have different reasonings behind them that they should just be two separate amendments.
So
Yeah, because I don't want them to
you wouldn't want to.
deny one.
Yeah, I think they should be two separate things.
Yeah.
okay, so
Then
it's a
I
separate-
retract my friendly amendment.
Do you still second John's motion?
Yes, I did second it.
Okay, on a motion by John, seconded by Ronnie, Chelsea,
Yes.
John,
I,
Renee,
Aye.
Ronnie,
Aye.
and I vote aye, so that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now Ronnie, you're up.
now, Ronnie.
Okay, Ronnie,
I move that the Landmarks Board recommends to City Council considering expanding the boundary to include the southern and western banks of Boulder Creek.
And I second the motion.
any friendly amendments, anything? Okay, on a motion by Ronnie, seconded by Renee, Chelsea,
I just, well, why are we doing this?
Because I believe that the formal structure of the creek and the way in which it is shaped through either natural features or in some cases, you know, historic retaining wall, is important. And so, you know, I think those are things that will be able to regulate the ways in which we try to channelize Boulder Creek and any of the waterways, and having the boundary just be on one edge of the creek really doesn't allow us to do that.
Marcy, can you just speak to why that wasn't included?
I agree with Ronnie's points about, in our assessment, we say Boulder Creek is an important feature. We drew the line down the middle. It would be consistent with our analysis to include the full creek and go to the bank.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to understand what I was voting on.
It's a more,
Yes.
it's a more accurate environmental description.
Okay.
of
Then-
the creek.
Yeah, okay, yes.
thank you, John,
Aye,
Renee,
Aye.
Ronnie,
Aye.
and I vote aye, so the motion passes unanimously.
now, period of significance.
I would, and Ronnie, I would love your assistance with this. I would like to consider, to recommend consider expanding the period of significant to a date that would include Frederick Law Olmsted Jr.'s role.
Yeah, I think that there's two things. One is the period of significance, and then one is recognizing what period is still intact, and that Frank Law Olmsted's, if we're in agreement here, original plan is still evident today. And so that is it's both significant and intact. And that lets us write guidelines about the physical characteristics. Right?
Also,
The
and
period. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Chelsea.
if we're including, if the block 11 is included, then that would also go back to the 1880s.
Yeah.
So
These could be two different topics again. So I think one, we should expand the period of significance to include the dates that capture the residential period. That's exactly as she's putting here. The second one should be recognition of Olmsted's plan as being intact and recognizable, and, you know, significant to the site.
I heard 1884.
Do we need to put an exact date in? I feel like what we need to do is just capture population, right?
Yes,
That's okay.
I think you could do either, but yeah.
Do we have a motion?
Do we, I guess do we, as we've done in every other one, we've been very deliberate on what we're stating. So in this one, do we need to state a date that includes the first Black residential period? And again, put displaced in there? You know, I just want to be super intentional in why we're stating that. And with that, it will continue to ripple. So is that the date that includes the,
This says 1880s.
yeah.
Could I offer something
Yeah.
here? I get your point about really driving it home.
Uh-huh.
And the residential period was 40 years of an established neighborhood there, and the displacement was the last 10 years of that.
Mhm.
So I think keeping it as written, that includes the residential period,
Okay.
is recognizes that community, not just in the last 10 years, but the full.
The whole time.
Okay.
Not that that doesn't belong in other
Yeah.
pieces, but to recognize that that's not the only thing that happened in that residential community in of that 40 years.
Mhm. I like it. I agree.
So the only thing is when I see significance to a date that includes the residential period, like that doesn't translate to me. I don't know what that means. So if we could just be a
How about if
little
it says the 40 years?
of
Does
what?
that feel,
Well, the
well, she just said that the residential period was actually 40 years.
Okay, which 40 years? I
Before-
just don't know.
Well,
Oh.
it was before the park was established.
So, but what date are we saying the park was established? 1937, 1920? So I just think if we could be a little, just give some clarity of what we're talking about, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
I can't pull up the memo on the fly. So
When were they
Um,
kicked out?
When the park was created.
What date was that?
Well, it was between the 20s, yeah.
Yeah, I
But-
mean, we could say includes the
Almost 100 years old.
year residential period that precedes the creation of the park.
That's it.
40
That's good.
years to proceed the.
Precedes.
But what's the date of the creation of the park? That's still not clear.
Wasn't it 1924?
Sorry, in our research, we have a specific period, and I'm just having trouble pulling it up
Oh,
in
okay.
the full memo. So I think that as written, it captures the intent of the residential period. The residential period is talked about through the memo with specific dates. And so we can either take a minute and find, does it start in 1871 or 1880? Or we could leave it as is. And
will you use that language or add dates into it for city council?
well, we'll have to use the language in your.
Okay, right.
I think
But-
we should just do it right and find the dates.
Okay.
Sorry, I know that's.
Well, no, but
annoying,
it's to Renee's
I
point.
think it's important that we,
Specific.
Yeah, and it's just not opening for me, so just give me a minute.
is
So-
it in the memo? I could
Yeah,
help look
it's-
for it.
The memo.
Give me a keyword, I'll search.
Why?
Let's say,
It's right here.
It's like 3 in the morning. This isn't.
It's kind of the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean,
we call the residential, commercial, and industrial period 1880 to 1903, and that's based on a lot of research. So I would-
Perfect. 1880, let's go with that.
um, Okay.
But the park wasn't formed until the 1920s.
Why don't, since it's consider expanding the period of significance to a date that includes the residential area, we put just 1880. Great.
Okay.
And then it seems like the second part of this is a separate thought, but to pair both the period of significance and then the second one is about the significance and integrity of the Olmsted plan. Seems like two different motions to me, but you can pair them together if you want to.
Do you guys see that as two separate or what?
I see it as, I see it as setting the date at 1880 captures the period when Olmsted.
Yeah, it's sort of redundant.
I feel like the key thing about Olmsted is not that he was part of the period, but that his plan is recognized as being intact and significant.
Yes, I think it's
Right.
two.
I think it's two.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to consider expanding the period of significance to a date that includes the residential period of 1880.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Roll call vote on a motion by Chelsea, seconded by Renee. Chelsea?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Ronnie?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that motion passes unanimously. Would anyone like to make a motion on number 5? Ronnie?
Sure. I move that the Landmarks Board recommends City Council recognize Olmsted's plan as being intact, recognizable, and significant to the historic district.
And I second that. So on a motion by Ronnie, seconded by me, roll call vote. Chelsea?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Renee?
Aye.
Ronnie?
Aye.
I vote aye, so that motion passes unanimously.
And there you have it.
Can we?
We did it.
What we did, but we did something.
Okay, so we're almost there.
No.
I don't want to rush this because it's like a once in a 18 year kind of thing. You have the option to weigh in on the character defining features or alterations that could have a significant impact on the character of the district. Those are completely optional things for you to weigh in on. If it's designated, you'll have involvement in the creation of design guidelines, which would use the character defining features. However, I didn't hear a lot of comments in the discussion building on what we had recommended in our memo.
Ronnie, do you have any thoughts about the character defining features?
Oh, man.
Oh.
You know, I think that there's a whole landscaping component to it that is going to be detailed to some degree, right? Like the nuances of the things that were described about slope and flat areas, tree locations in general, etc. Like I believe that was captured, but I do think that those are characteristics of the site that are part of all of the land plans that we've seen. And, you know, those types of modifications, I think, would be significant to the park area itself.
And we as staff will be developing the ordinance language, and we're hearing the conversation that's here tonight. So I am sensing that you might not need a specific motion about the character defining features unless there's something really glaring, which I think Ronnie identified in encompassing the other half of the creek. So,
you know, one thing, Marcy, is that like I feel like 13th Street, I'm grateful that the boundary includes the southern end of 13th Street. Like that came up really early for us all. And I don't know if there's any characterization of the street itself that needs to be unpacked at some point that is about its, you know, overall quality. The street section and material use. It does seem like it's such an important piece to that area, and we should sort out what we think those characteristics are.
Yes, because I, just a minute.
trying to think this.
Yeah, we,
Out of the guidelines.
yeah, that might be more detailed for the guidelines. We have the urban street grid as on the preliminary list of contributing features. But typically like the streets themselves in a historic district aren't, like the material isn't historic, like in Highland Lawn or Mapleton Hill, unless we're talking about sidewalks.
Right.
Are the curbs concrete there?
They are.
Yeah, 13th Street got remade not too long ago when the bike path was added.
Right.
That was a whole,
Yeah, that was a whole.
that was a whole thing that happened in, starting in 84, because I participated in.
Does the east
competition.
bookend include the street?
I would have to look at a map.
I think we're good. Let's go. Yeah, everything else seems more detailed that we can discuss as we move through this project.
Was that it, Marcy? Character defining features?
Yes, and any, yes, you've reached the end.
We have reached the end.
There's no final celebratory motion, like, good job, guys.
Can we thank everybody who's endured this with us? Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everyone.
We'll see you in 18 more years. No. Thank you all very much for your steadfast hard work. I know Marcy may want a few minutes for matters and then, and you know, Ronnie, I have to get a shout out to you. I know you're not feeling well, but this was such an important public hearing and you were with us all evening. I really, really appreciate you sacrificing that.
Thanks, Abby. I have a lot of caffeine and food. Which is you feed it cold and you also caffeinate. It's
Yeah, and I'm just disappointed for you that you couldn't feel some of this, the wonderful speakers and the emotion and just sort of how powerful it was in here tonight. But you know what that's like. You've been to enough of the in-person meeting. But thank you, Ronnie. You've gone above and beyond.
Abby, can I just condense matters into like a 1 minute?
No.
Yeah. I would love to have some time at the next meeting to do a recap of the 2024 Saving Places Conference. It was phenomenal, inspiring, really changed a lot of my, it's a very exciting time to be part of the preservation field. And I have enjoyed the conferences in the past, but this one was really inspiring. The Landmarks Board scheduling for 2024, send Aubrey your vacations and time out, and just looking ahead, we might cancel the July and November meetings because of the holiday and the election, just a heads up. And then board and commission appointments are tentatively scheduled for March 21st. Renee did apply to her position. Looking ahead, Ronnie is the next board member whose term ends next year. Abby's the following year, then Chelsea, then John. So just so I'm not surprised, I just looked it up.
Thank you. And I know how late we've kept staff here, but this was probably one of the most important things we ever had to discuss. So thank you all very much. And the meeting is adjourned at 11:29. We ended on Wednesday.
Stayed up later.
I know.
That's great. Great job.